Yeah. I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address, and now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. Just placing in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay. Whoops. Hey, everyone. What is today?
Hey, everyone.
Yeah. Hey, Alexa.
Hello, how are you? How are you, Adam?
Welcome, Alexa. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for having and inviting me.
I've been excited to have you on and talk about Idaho, which
Well,
we'll get to.
I even did my homework. I did some reading on it.
Thank goodness, because I did not.
And look how I think Alexa's skin looks all nice and shiny and everything too. She looks like she's having you having a good day.
Oh, thank you. Actually, no, I wasn't, but thank you.
No?
Actually, I'm a little dry, but I'm happy that you said that.
Well, yeah, no,
all
shining and the hair is all beautiful. Yeah. Oh my God, Alexa, are you serious? Enjoy and think of me, please. Did they ship out? I wonder if I should see. What is the name of the company? You both look beautiful.
Oh yes, because we were supposed to meet next week, so I got a couple cheesecakes. I was gonna bring, everyone.
Oh, really nice.
Yeah, I was gonna surprise, but since this happened, since it got canceled, I couldn't cancel the order. So they're like, okay, we have to give it to you. So I'm like, okay. So I told them now I have to sacrifice and eat it. I'm like, oh well.
You know what was funny was that when we were at M&M's, my husband bought this cheesecake and he kept teasing me saying I couldn't have any of it. Well, so he comes in and gives me a little piece like this is last week. And then within a couple of minutes, he comes in and he goes, "You want this? This is gross." And I'm like, yeah.
Really? Oh
and I
my
was like,
God.
"What do you mean gross?" Yeah, give me the second piece. Yeah. So that was the first time I had cheesecake in such a long time. So
Yum. What kind?
Strawberry. My favorite is strawberry cheesecake. Hey guys. Yeah.
I like the plain one, but sometimes a little strawberry, it won't kill it.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Just to ask chat quickly, did you guys get notifications? I wasn't sure if I had too many couple videos out today. Let's glossy. Yeah. So did you guys get notifications? Just asking for a friend. Yeah. Okay. And there we go. And thank you guys for the ones that tuned in yesterday. It was mine and Lewis's first live on Just Ask Sunny and Lewis. And Adam joined us. Thank you, Adam, for doing that. That was great.
I'm sorry I missed that.
Did you miss it? I think Alexa, did you miss it?
Yes, I forgot. I thought it was today. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I did miss it. I have to go back. I didn't even remember.
Callie said she loved it on there.
I answered all sorts of questions about the way people write O's and I's.
No. Right. And pretty much, right? That's how it went. But yeah, so yeah, you got a notification. Okay. Anyway, so let's say some hellos here. True Crime, thank you for becoming a member again. Oh, and no, I'll wait till later. But I was going to say tomorrow I'm going to do our members only live. That one you're not going to want to miss. So if you're not a member, you should become a member. Brett Decker, Jill Moser's in the house, Callie girl, Alexa girl. Jill Moser said that one. Ozzy's in the house. Wanda from Missouri. Same people chatting, same people. Yeah, it's like only 30 people, 38 people. That's why I'm like, did I put out too many videos? Getting any notifications? That seems kind of low so far. Whatever. Anyways, it's okay. Moon Shadow's in the house. JD Barama. I always say Barama, but it's Bambara. Yeah, just go with me on that one. Freckle Joy's in the house. Hey, Freckle Joy. Ben. Hey, Ben. Hey, I'm looking for where's Kyle Davis? Kyle, where are you, dude? Oh, there's my McDougal tree. Hey, McDougal tree. Sharon Parker's in the house. Belinda. Hey, guys. Yeah, so thank you guys for all coming yesterday. That came to the Just Ask Us channel. Appreciate that. Okay, so let's see. Oh, well, welcome, Alexa. Alexa, how's husband? Is he feeling a little bit better today?
Yeah, today he's feeling a tiny little bit better. Hopefully, it's nothing serious.
Yeah, her husband's Canadian, by the way. Isn't that funny? Yours is Canadian, mine's British. It's like we're just flip flopping like around the world there. Yeah, you know, what do I want next? No, just kidding. Thanks, Callie. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Actually, you know what all I could think about today, Callie, was even though we were kind of talking about, I was like, people should go to the Facebook page and put some of their favorite recipes from their family on there. But yeah, we were talking about hair. We were talking.
Oh, wow.
Well, but because obviously Mr. Hairdresser there, you know. But
Adam. Okay, I was gonna say Louis. Is it Adam? Of course.
Yeah, all Lewis's hair is what we were talking about. Absolutely. No, but no, it was about gluten food because you know Lewis needs to eat gluten.
Yeah, gluten free.
Yeah, and stuff like that. So, anyways, it was 1 hour. We just did it for the 1 hour, and then Ray Jones was talking about his Yorkie and his dog, and something about smell, and I think we associated. I think the real answer came back to it wasn't the dog; it was Ray Jones. I think that's what the answer was. But so
I have to commend you, Sonny, because Alexa, do you know who out of the three of us was the one that like policed the time on the show and kept it at an hour?
Probably you.
No.
Sonny?
It was Sonny.
No way. I have to go watch that.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Whoa.
Different story when it comes to this channel, however. But no, because I wanted to be more of a structured that way. You know, like one time a week, an hour slot. You know, just because, you know, like there's so much. I keep freezing up a little bit here, I can tell. But I want to go to speaking about dogs, okay, guys? So I'm just going to quickly show this. So today is always a hard day for me. Even though when I think about it, it's been 10 years. So obviously that picture was, well, it's about 10 years ago, I suppose. So I'm 53, so 43, I suppose. Somewhere in there. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, somewhere about there. Anyways, my dog was Bear Bear. Bear Bear passed away 10 years ago today. And when I say I miss my dog more than humans, I absolutely mean that from the bottom of my heart. I literally tear up every time. I have a hard time looking at golden retrievers for this reason. Bear Bear was killed right in front of me by a vehicle, literally hit smack real hard because the guy was on his phone. But it was, and in essence, it wasn't, I can't blame the dude because our backyard didn't have a gate and Bear always knew that I was a sucker and he could take off on me. Whereas my ex-husband, Steve, he would listen to. But this particular day, December 7th, you know, but that's my Bear Bear. So I just wanted to, that's just my memory that I wanted to share today because it's a very important memory for me. But I'm going to take that picture down now. because it's too hard. 10 years later, people. Okay.
And I have to say, you look the same.
On there.
You look, yeah, you haven't aged. Really
I
good.
haven't.
Good genes that you have.
But I'm the only one in my family with oily skin, to be honest with you.
But your skin looks really nice. Very
Yeah.
even.
The rest of them have. Thank you. Filters help, right, Adam?
That's right. According to Deb, the filters do everything. That's what she always accused me of.
Yeah. Oh, let's do this actually. Okay. But anyway, so yeah, that was my bibber. So I just wanted to do that because, it's my one day that comes around that I have a hard time. Just because it's like a movie reel that plays out in my head. Golden Retrievers, I want to say this. Golden Retrievers
The
are
best.
like such amazing dogs. They will let a robber in your house. That's how nice they are.
Yeah.
I just, you know what? I'm just going to tell you the one memory that always sticks out in my head. I remember I was going to the washroom. I was sitting on what they call a toilet. And so I was sitting there, and then Bear comes up right between my legs. Picture this, if you will, right between my legs. And he just looks at me and he leans his head down, just like Alexa just did there. Leans his head down and just looks at me. And then it's just like he's just looking at me like, mommy, and I'm like, oh, Bear, you're my best friend. My best, because during that time, my marriage was falling apart, da 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 da. And I just, that moment right there where he just looked at me and he was just like, I love you. And I'm just like, I love you. I love you more than humans, actually. Thank you. So, red lipstick. But anyways, so that my memory always just well, besides the tragic event. But yeah, it always goes to that. And Golden Retrievers are just gorgeous. Bear was my shadow. Anyways, so I love animals, love pets or whatever. I have 2 cats, but anyways, moving on. I mean, Ray's segue from yesterday about his Yorkie on there, so it just kind of actually made perfect, to be honest. But anyways, okay, guys. Thank you guys very much. Yeah. Always a hard day. Christmas, but not as hard as some of these people that like the Idaho case we'll be talking about later on. Right now, we'll be talking about obviously Delphi to start with, and Libby German's birthday, December 27th. And Christmas is obviously going to be a hard year for a lot of people that have lost loved ones during this time. Okay, so let's see here. What do we want to talk about with Delphi? Well, I put out a video with regarding to Dave Erskine tax. And did you ever? No, Adam, you probably didn't see it.
I did see. I saw both of them.
Okay, so
that you're the one I had not seen the message from Jenica in our chat, so I mean that was I was like, oh, Sonny, good job, because I had not seen that information.
No. On that video.
Well, yeah, I had not seen the message from Jenica in our chat before I saw the video, so I was like, oh,
okay.
Sonny. Like,
so, and people are just going to town messaging, back and forth on it or whatever. It's always been said, like Dave Erskine was said to be true, that he acknowledged that he put those, and even Kyle Davis, who comes in our chat, he put on the board as well. Like, Dave Erskine's a friend of mine. I know that I know it's to be true and stuff like that. So it just, when it comes to Delphi, there's been a lot being said, and I know there's not really anything or no major updates going on with Delphi. In a sense, I have been working on more of the crime scene photos. Again, if you're not a member, then consider becoming a member, because tomorrow I'm going to do a members live. That's one you're probably not going to want to miss, to be honest, out of any. And you know what, Adam or Alexa, what do you guys have with Delphi? There's not a lot going on besides obviously people going over the affidavit and talking about times and,
Right.
stuff like that. I don't know.
A lot of rumor, a lot of speculation, a lot of conjecture, a lot of just recycling. I mean, I feel like anytime there's like, I feel like throughout different points throughout this year, we've gotten kind of flooded with little bits of information, which when you've been starved for evidence and information for 5.5 years, like people jump on every little thing. And so then I've noticed this like pattern that when there's like then a week or two of like nothing concrete coming out or anything, it's like all of these things start to kind of bubble back to the surface. And I think that's why we still have such a resurgence of people talking about Ron Logan. I believe that's why people are so focused on like the PT Cruiser thing that we talked about 2 weeks ago almost. And people have been sending me pictures, thinking it's Linda Klein's house and it's not. And then, that's not their fault. It's just people that want to share information. But I've noticed that that's just been kind of a pattern this year. And, yesterday was the 1-year anniversary of the anthem shots information coming out on ISP, which when someone brought that to my attention, which thank you to the person that brought that that reminded me of that. I was like, it's only been a year?
Wow. It feels like more, right?
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I was like, I swear that was 10 years ago.
I can't say it. I can't stress this enough. Delphi case is a mind warping, mind messing, crazy ass case. It really just hits like on a scale of 1 to 10, it hits like a freaking 20 or something to me. It really is a very absurd, and the absurdity isn't just from the people that make up all these different, stories and different, whatever guesstimations of stuff. I mean, some of them are just more far out there than others, but it's everything. Whether it's from the corruption, whether it's from the LE, whether it's from this whole, there's another person, but we're not going to. It just the gag order. It's just like no matter every step of the way. There's nothing just easy about it. It always has to be here's something. Oh, let's add a little loop and a twist to it. Oh, here's something else, little loop and a twist. 69 people watching. Where is everybody? Seriously, there must be something else going on. Normally, it's never this low. I see that I see mob crews doing Idaho murders.
Is anybody live? Maybe.
Yeah, just curious because I'm just like usually it's never this low. I know
a lot of people didn't get the notification. I didn't get it either.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Right.
I heard somebody else.
It's always good every once in a while to toggle the bell off and then back on, just so that it pushes the channel back up in your notifications.
Yeah, don't do it now, or else you're
gonna have Mr. Steve is live with the mob crew. Yeah.
Oh.
That's probably they are.
Gotcha. Yeah, there was like one.
Wow.
No, there's Copper Horse.
Hey, Copper. Where is she in the?
Oh no, I think it finished already. Maybe. Okay. Oh no. Never mind.
No, I was gonna say. Did you notice when Kagan was talking to the girl on Chirp? He said when he got out that he wouldn't have anyone. Do you think that means he turned on Tony? Oh no, I think it's a poor pity me thing, and I'm sure he'll be just fine and have someone. Yeah. That's how I personally see that. What about you?
Right. Yeah, I did not take it as that like as well, Sunny.
Yeah. Oh hey Isaiah, how are you?
Hey, Isaiah.
Long time no see, Biden. Oh, just finished a live. Thanks, Anna.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they'll come swarming in now.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Magic. I didn't get it. Yeah, you know what? So two things happen here. One is that when you have notifications for a lot of channels, sometimes you just do really need to refresh it. So I would suggest after the live, maybe someone just refresh it, just re-click
Right.
again. But another thing that happens is if there is, yeah, if you do more than 3 videos in a day, and honestly, I can't remember if I released 2 yesterday because I had them in unlisted until YouTube. A 30-second video. A 30-second video. I had to wait a day and a half before I could release it. Because other than that, it was yellow. 30-second video, people. Anyways. And so the other one was in the same thing. So I couldn't remember if I released them after 12 because I pretty much stayed up all night, to be honest with you. I'm not even gonna lie. I was working on a lot of you guys don't realize it, but I also have my relaxation channel. So I was working on Christmas videos for that, and I still have some really cool 3D 4K ones to put out. But I put out 4 coffee shop ones, 10 minutes long each. Yeah, so I was just like going, I'm gonna work on the relaxation channel, because I was saying that
you should do one of those the whole night channels that they have. I listen to those because sometimes I can't sleep.
You know what? Funny enough, I was literally going to turn it on last night, alive, and playing the thing, but I wanted to finish off what I was doing. So if anyone happens to see that I go live, I'm going to go live, but I'm not going to be really here. I'm just going to let it play Christmas stuff for you guys. And anytime you want to come chill out and talk to each other or something, you'll have a Christmas scene playing in the background. And you can just chill with people, talk with them. So in case you see that, and I want to say another thing now that we're talking about that. At Christmas, my mom has passed and my twins off to Vegas and stuff like that. And like last year, this year I will be doing a Christmas live myself again for all those people out there that don't have anyone. Well, if you don't have someone, and it will look at a Christmas tree.
Okay. Or you just don't like the people you're with.
Yeah, or that too. But
when is the live? When did you say again?
Well, Christmas Day.
Oh, Christmas Day.
Well, Christmas Day, I know that there's people that don't have anyone, and it's not like I'm busting out doing a lot of things. So like it's me, my husband, and his brother, and
just
so
don't do it too early, please. Not too early. Just don't do it too early.
No. Well, no, we do it too early, and then we just do it for hours because people are, like I said. I usually do it during the day more so because that's kind of when Christmas is. But anyways, it's just a nice time for people to come. I just did it last year myself, and it's one of those things. There's a lot of people out there that don't have anybody. So I just like to kind of do a live here if I'm able to, and just have people come in and we can talk Christmas stuff and whatever. It's just for those people, really. Anyone that wants to come. So anyway, good morning. Hello, Yone. Yeah, nice to see you, Isaiah. Yeah. True Crime Housewife. I listen to the third activation and relax music every night. Yeah, I can't sleep without it. Yeah. I don't know. I got about 12 videos up. I haven't really worked on it in like months, but I was like,
right.
I love you.
Thank you, Isaiah.
Is Isaiah QWERTY? Isaiah?
Isaiah just has good taste. But I love Alexa Honey, so
I love Kelly a lot more right now, actually, as a matter of fact.
I'm on the same page as Never Silent there. I do too. Fall asleep to serial killer documentaries.
you know how many times today I've fallen asleep when I have, because I didn't sleep yesterday. How many times I've turned on the Idaho News Nation one, and it's just like within a couple of minutes.
It's every 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's like, but I just turn on a documentary, and because the Idaho one, I know we're going to be talking about and stuff like that. Oh,
Thank you, Isaiah.
Isaiah, if you loved us all, that would have been 1969, the year I was born. Best position.
No, 1999, the year I graduated high school.
That's 40 cents more than I expected. Thank you.
30.
Thanks, Isaiah.
Sonny, 30 cents.
My math is good as Adam. Yep. Donate 10 more cents this week, so I don't look like it. I love that song.
Me too.
I'm a little drunk and I need you now, apparently. But
super chat, $19.99. Thank you.
Okay.
I love you all. Heart.
Thank you so much, Isaiah. Isaiah knows. Isaiah's been a follower of mine for a long time. I can tell we're just a really good person. Even if he starts flirting with Adam, I get it. It's fine. Right? I've definitely been around the block with a few people. So.
Well, just look at him. I mean, it's not hard. I mean, little eye candy doesn't hurt, right?
Eye candy never hurt anybody.
Sonny has several pictures that prove differently. I'm like,
okay, Sonny, that's very kind of you. I spent the majority of Thanksgiving with you as well. Thanks for that. Thank you, Indy Pound. Yeah, absolutely. I
loved that Thanksgiving night when we hung out.
Yeah.
Going earlier in the day too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. I did too, didn't I? Yeah.
That one was a nice one, I have to say. Yeah.
Were you a turkey?
That's when I was a turkey. I was legitly a turkey, Canadian turkey. Remember that?
I just saw the morning one, but I joined the late one, and that was really nice.
Yeah, on there. But I have no problem embarrassing myself because I don't care. I don't care. I never really did care. My twin, you'd never catch her ever doing that. But that's my twin.
Do you do gifts with the hubby or no?
Typically we do a stocking for each other.
Okay.
Like typically we just do a stocking, but honestly, Alexa, I honestly don't care. Like my favorite moment of Christmas, well, because it's so different nowadays with my mom passing and it's just not the same anymore. Honestly, I just enjoy the fact that like last year I could come on here and spend it with people like myself who didn't really have a lot to do. And we could just, talk or whatever. And my husband just games, and it's more of a relaxing day for me, to be honest with you. When my sister said she was going to Vegas, I was like, well, usually I go over to her house because because my twin's house, because she has this bigger house, it just always is so filled with Christmas. And all you have to do is just walk in there and go, Christmas. But she's going to Vegas. So now it's like, F you. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll just take my backdrops and, my little Christmas stuff that Callie got me. So I'm a very easygoing person that way, but I do miss those, with the kids and stuff like that. Not gonna lie, that was all.
Little kids always make Christmas better.
Yeah.
They just do.
Don't worry. You know what? I was playing around with a pickle elf the other day. Yeah, I'm not going to show you it though. I'm not going to, not right now. But anyways, okay. You know what? I know we're getting off track here. I feel like we're just on the Just Ask Sonny and Louis channel, right? But anyways, okay. Going back to Delphi, because we're not.
Alexa did not give us her thoughts yet.
Yeah, Alexa, what's your thoughts? Anything at all? She's all prepped for Idaho.
I'm not listening.
Yeah, Alexa's not listening. She's too busy looking at her notes.
No, it froze. Are we back?
Oh, yeah, we're back.
Oh my God. I was just going to message you because the whole thing went. What happened? I know somebody was asking me a question. Sorry.
Well, no, she was going back to Delphi, and I said, well, not given us her thoughts yet on kind of where things are or what's going on.
Honestly, I've been really busy, like backtracking and like reading all the early rumors because I never really got into it and I never really wanted to at the beginning. But now, because I didn't want to corrupt my information, kind of thing. I don't know if it makes sense.
Absolutely.
So I was like, no, I would just stay with the facts and talk about facts. But now that I know that I kind of know the facts, obviously not like you two, it would be impossible. But now that I know a little bit, I went back and I started reading like the texts and like the early rumors and everything. So that's where I'm at and going, tracking what people were saying and all that stuff. So I never read the text until like 2 weeks ago. I remember somebody told me about the text, but I never physically read them, and I thought they were very interesting.
Well, I mean, you don't have to divulge if you don't want, but I would be interested to know. I mean, because for a lot of us that like read them, when they came out or in the last, year and a half or whatever, given the information we have now and like coming in with those texts, reading those texts for the first time, what's your take on them?
Well,
because it's just so different when you are judging.
Yeah, like a lot of stuff. I mean, obviously, one thing I always question, and I said maybe they didn't say it, and I know I hate to say this because I don't like talking about the subject, but I always wonder if the girls would say. And that was something I was always in my mind, and I was like, no, the police said no, and people were like no, some people were like yes. And going to the text, the fact that he said no, and he actually, they read obviously the family got the report. So that makes me feel more comfortable. And the other day I was listening to that other guy that he said that he has pictures, and I forget his name. I know everybody was telling me in the chat. I forgot Chris.
Chris Todd. Chris Todd,
right? So with that, it made me think about it, and I was like, wait a second. But reading that, it kind of made me feel better, and I'm like, maybe because I think the family would know more than other people. So I think that was where I was at. And what was the other thing? That was about it. I think that was where I'm at.
Sorry, Sunny, did you have something to add?
I'm trying to figure out why Streamlabs isn't popping up anything. Like I'm hitting my typical thing and it's not doing its body stuff.
Right.
And I don't know why.
Yeah. No, that's I mean, I agree, Alexa, and there are things that I've heard that I'm not going to be the person that like says certain things that I don't know to be certain, and two, like that's just not something I want to think about. But if you want to put weight onto the comment that you just made, something that I think is important to keep in mind is the phrase that comes right after that when the reasoning they give is because there wasn't DNA involved with SA. So I mean, either way, what those girls went through was undeserving and horrific, and and those families don't deserve to have to know the details, let alone
2-6.
Then be confronted by them in court like they're going to have to be probably, but
why is it not working?
Yeah, I mean, because that that would be a very big piece, of I guess that would give a better idea of the kind of killer that he is, or why they was killed. Obviously, you don't need SA to kill anybody, or to still be a sex type of crime. But
yeah, because I do completely feel like this was a
lust.
Yeah, it was a fantasy. It was a disgusting, perverted fantasy that this individual had, that they probably played over in their mind a million times until the point where they finally actually lived it out. So
talking about Delphi still?
Yeah. Oh, and another thing I saw a great video of a drone. I don't know, because it's one thing when we talk about it and you guys are more familiar, but I always kept in my mind, like, and I've seen videos, but not so detailed. And I don't know the name of who because I don't pay attention. But I found one video with the drone
Footage.
yes, footage of
Mhm.
of the creek and the everything, and gave me a really good perspective. Like
Yeah.
finally in my head, I can actually know, because every time it was like north, south, and this, and I was like, wait a second, I was a little confused, to be honest. I drew a little map to kind of help myself, but now with this, I'm like, I know exactly. So now when you guys say north of the bridge, I know exactly what you guys are talking about.
Yeah. There was a guy actually I watched not too long ago that had some really good drone footage of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and
And the terrain is worse than I thought. I mean, and obviously I knew it was a harsh terrain, but now that I saw it, I was like, oh, no way, poor Logan could have walked that. No way.
yeah, I know. Well,
Even though he was in good shape, but
you know, um, again, as for Ron Logan being BG for me, absolutely not. I've always said this, and I'll still say this to this day. I can never exclude or include him. There's just something very off, regardless of what it is. There's something very off about the lie, him being away at that time. There's just something very off to me. So that's why, until and until I can absolutely understand the entire picture, for him, he will always be a thought in my mind of knowledge or whatever. To be honest, I don't know. I just feel like whenever something drives me crazy that much, it just, I just can't let it go. So it always just plunks its butt there. And honestly, like tomorrow, like I said, for anyone watching, if you're not a member, I'm doing a members only. I'm going to show more crime scene pictures, and we're going to talk about some things. And yeah, and some of it's going to be on the little, not so pretty side a little bit. But we're going to talk about things definitely. So if you're not a member, consider becoming a member. It's $1.99. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Don't really care. It's either you come or you don't want to. But just know that it's probably going to be like one of the most telling ones in a lot of ways for people.
oh wow.
Yeah. So I thought I would do one tomorrow, and again, make it for members only. It's not something I'm gonna just put out there to the public. Sometimes it's just the right thing to do when you do certain things,
Right.
Yeah. So, but you know what? I really want to I really want to show this video of Greeno, and I really want to talk about Greeno for a minute because there was what do we want to call it? There was a filing, not a filing, but a decision today with regards. So, do you want me? Let's show the video first, or no?
Right. That's fine. Yeah. Well, I mean, I will say really quickly, out of respect for the victim in the case that we're talking about, I know the court document is not public, to my understanding, and so it's kind of her story to tell. But I mean, we can report that there was a ruling today in there was a ruling against Greeno today. Not in Indiana, but in a different state, against the stalking and harassment claim by an ex of his, who a lot of you might know, but that's her story to tell, not ours. I just wanted to, let everyone know that I was incredibly excited that the pain and the hell that person's gone through hopefully has gotten a little bit easier today with this ruling, and hopefully it means that regardless of what happens, he won't be able to hurt her or get so
right. Anthony Greeno is exactly where he belongs, and he needs to have a walk with Jesus or something needs to hit him. He needs to fix his life and fix himself. It's what he needs to do. Always someone on the same path. But in saying that, I got a video, and I don't know that we shared it before.
we were going to, and then we forgot or we got distracted or something one night. Oh.
Mm-hmm. I wish I'd
And
played
this
longer.
the video really has no relevance to anything other than
A good laugh.
a good laugh.
Truly
With some
a
Christmas
good laugh.
cheer.
Yeah, with some. Sorry, I got so many Facebooks open right now. I'm trying to find the one that I actually had. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's on that one. Okay. You can thank Adam later for what this masterpiece that you guys are about to see. You're welcome.
I've forgotten all about it, to be honest.
Yeah. Actually, this should be a paid one, to be honest with you. This one's too good. this one's legitimately too good. Okay. Okay, let me go find it. Share screen.
Right. And to answer really quickly, Bonnie, the ruling was a stalking harassment injunction against Greeno that was ruled in the favor of the victim.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm going to accept it. Is this one to make it bigger? This one, right? Okay, hold on. Okay. Are you guys sure you can handle this? I don't know. Think they can handle it? Here, let's bring us off screen. Let's just bring it in a little closer to you. Okay, you ready, guys? Okay, one sec. Honestly, that was too priceless.
Did you
Hey, are
enjoy
we
that?
did you guys like that?
It lagged a little bit on my, but it might have just been my screen.
I don't know. Like what? Right. Yeah. You know, I mean, just the whole undie thing alone with the horsey between the legs. You're welcome. Merry Christmas. And then somebody, of course, hit the thing just as I hit play. So it played Hey Santa right at the start. Oh, please.
Well, good. Maybe it won't copyright strike us then for the song.
Okay. I got to go find it again. Give me a second then. I'll go find it again.
You might want to mute it. Just
Pardon?
in case that song. I don't know if that song is copyrighted.
No, it was playing my thing. Somebody subscribed just as I hit play. So just give me a sec. Let me go find it. I'll be right back. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, thank you, Isaiah, for becoming a member.
Wait, Isaiah wasn't a member this whole time?
Well, maybe they were, and maybe it lapsed or something, and they became a new member again.
Maybe, perhaps.
Hey, Captain Howdy.
Hey, Captain Howdy. Thank you, Isaiah.
Good to see you.
Hey, yeah, Captain Howdy. He just came in because he was like, "Can you please show that video of Greeno again?" I know. Hold on, let me find it. Gotta scroll up. Adam talks to me a lot. Well, not really, to be honest, but some days he spams the heck out of me. And
everything I say is important, though, isn't it, Sonny?
Yeah, definitely. Usually it's some sort of crack up remark for the most part. Okay. Oh, there it is. There's that lovely, beautiful thing. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Make it bigger. Does it have music to it?
Yeah, there was music to it. And I'm not sure if that's a copyrighted song or not. That's the only reason I was warning you.
Oh, nothing on his is. Yeah. Yeah. So 1 second here.
Yeah, and Yoni, if you're interested in learning more, Cold Truth, Mel, who's a good friend of ours, She did a very comprehensive series of videos about that person and the criminal history they've had. And I'm not passing judgment. I mean, they're just information from court rulings in the past regarding that person.
Okay, ready? Am I showing it? Oh, 1 second. Let me just take this
Go
down.
for it.
All right. If you guys didn't get your jollies the first time, guess you can get it this time. 1 second. Let me go find that play button. Actually, yeah, okay. Oh, I feel like I should sing that song. Never too hot, never too cold. Mm-mm. Oh, yeah. Oh, keep it southern, people. Oh, I wasn't even muted. Shit. Dun, dun, dun. All right. I know that was such a winner. I'm so sorry. I got to do that one more time. Lay it on the floor.
Are these the amazing video editing skills that I've been told about?
Yeah, not mine, definitely. It must be his. Oh, yeah. Giddy up. Come on. Oh, yeah. Who's going to jail? Who's in jail? Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Probably pretty sure he's probably rocking more than a pony. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, you guys are welcome for that. Okay? All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Merry Christmas. Okay? Thanks. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Debbie. Oh, well, there's a good last name. I'm almost afraid to say it. Probably turn yellow right away on that one. Hey, Deb H. Hey, that's not our Deb with the.
No.
No, I don't think so.
That's your not sister.
You sure? Deb?
Yeah. Yeah, never silent. I agree. Yeah, probably.
I'm just gonna keep that up there for a second.
Joshua McDougal. Well, someone kissed the toy horse. I don't know if it was a man or not, but
I know it was almost like I think he was practicing for when he was, in jail. I
knew Deb was watching.
I knew she was watching too. And as soon as you say peep, there she is. It's no different than like Qwerty, where's Qwerty? Qwerty, I know you're here. Qwerty, get out of here. Come on.
Right.
Come on, Qwerty. Yeah.
So, we're just having a little bit of fun.
Yeah.
Sorry, Queen of OCN. We are being too silly. We should get. Alexa probably wants us to get back to business.
No.
I just want to appreciate Deb's new account that she's made. Obviously, Deb, just in time for Christmas. Okay. All right. Thank you.
So funny.
Yeah. Of course, they had to have Deb's name. Yeah, it was meant to be, I think.
Right.
That video.
Oh, there she is.
I will say, in all seriousness, though, for any person that's been a victim of a DV or domestic crime or been the victim of anything in regards to having to go to the court system to get protection against someone, I can only imagine that is a traumatizing and re-traumatizing event. And I just want to make sure that everyone knows that that's not lost on us, and that everyone that's been a victim of something like that, my heart goes out to you, and I can't imagine what it's like to have to then relive the whole experience in the court system, and then to win your case. I'm sure is bittersweet because it doesn't take away what happened, but
Yeah.
hopefully it will help someone else from it happening to in the future. And so I really commend the person that was brave enough to do that.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, I remember when it first happened. I remember, and well, me and Adam both. I was just like, "Go give your head a smack, lady." You're like, come on, like this guy. Like all you have to do is Google this person. But it's one of those things. Um, it's always easier said than done. You know, especially when someone is manipulating you. And I'll say this too. It always happens to the kind hearts. It really does. The kind hearts are the ones that try to believe that there's a better side of you,
Right.
that they can help you, they're whatever.
Well, you have to always remember a taker is always going to seek out a giver. And when there's someone willing to give, there will always be someone out there
Oh,
ready to take.
narcissists love empaths, caring people. They really do. They do. I didn't recognize that until I was like well in my late 30s. That's when I realized that the people I kept bringing into my life were the ones I thought I could fix, and realizing that you just your eyes get opened after a while, and then you realize that it was through the divorce and through an experience with a narcissist. Well, it was more the narcissist, because a narcissist probably doesn't stand alone, but you start realizing more about yourself, and you start learning about yourself. And then I realized, I'm literally attracting these people. I didn't even think of that, but I'm literally attracting these to me. And I'm like, no, I can fix you. I can help you. You can do this, And then like I said, then after a while, you start learning from it all. And then you're like, don't put up with me more. So I knew that Crime Geek would, at some point that she would see the light. And then that light finally did get shed on her. And, everyone has to go through their own things. I'm so glad that she's out of it. I'm so glad that Greeno is exactly where he belongs. And, because, you're in charge of your own life. No one can make excuses for that. You're in charge of what you do. He's in charge of what he does or doesn't do. And I'm just glad that it's in a how usually there's good things that come out of bad things. So in a sense, it's one of those things. She had to go through something bad, but then in saying that, for something in a sense good to come out of it, well, a few things really. Fact of life lessons that Greeno exactly is where he belongs and will probably be there a lot longer. And just like I said, there's it's sad, but that's just life. You have to go through things and go through hurt and pain, in order to kind of, like I said, experience things and then become wiser for it. So blessings to Crime Geek. And go ahead.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to ask a question, but I'll wait till you're done.
Yeah, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Belinda, thank you for sending me that. I had seen that, but I have not actually watched it yet. So I'll leave it up to Sunny, Alexa, chat. There's a Fox 59 segment they did this evening, I guess, about the Innocence Project. Talks about linking Richard Allen's gun to the Delphi crime scene. Do you want to watch it?
Which one?
It just came out. I had not watched it. Belinda just sent it to me, but it's from Fox 59. It came out 4 hours ago.
No. Fox 59? Nah, not really.
Okay.
Fox 59 is one of those ones that usually I'll get a copyright claim.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you maybe link? Can you drop the link?
I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link in the chat for everyone that does want to see. I've not watched it myself, but thank you, Belinda, for sending.
And one of the things I wanted to say regarding to what you were saying. Well, first, I'm sorry that you went through that. I'm glad that you were strong enough and you got through it. And the other thing I wanted to say is, for those, for everybody really, but mainly for those that have girls, that are raising girls, we have to do our best to raise girls to be independent. Because the problem with narcissists is that when you marry a narcissist, or when you marry, is that if you don't have independence, sometimes you cannot leave. And sometimes, obviously, the emotional part, it's also hard to cut, but it's even harder if you are dependent of that person. Because if you make your own money, and I always say that to my kids, I always say it to everybody, always make your own money. That way nobody can control you. That way one day when you are emotionally, because obviously they prey on your emotions first. But if you are emotional, you are able to cut it off and you have money, you can leave. But I hear it all the time. I used to volunteer at a shelter, at a women's shelter, and they all used to say the same thing to me. They were like, we cannot leave because we don't have money. We don't have where to go. And that used to break my heart. And I think that's one, and I did it when I was young. And I think that was one of the main components that I said to myself, I never want to be myself in that position. I always want to have my own money. That way nobody can tell me you can't buy this, you can't do, and they cannot control you. So I know sometimes, obviously it's hard sometimes, but try to make your own money.
Right.
And even if you're a housewife. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I thought I had myself muted, so I was playing that clip in the background. My bad. Sorry.
No.
I agree with you, Alexa, 100%. And I mean, I feel like, personally, I feel like only a small person would try to make someone else feel small.
Yeah.
And I don't think that a real man or woman would ever feel bigger by controlling someone. And I think just as importantly as it is to teach women to be independent and have their own things, I think that we can do better in the way that I think that men get an easy pass sometimes, and I think that we can all do a little bit better. If you have a son, make sure he knows that that's not what a man is. And I think if we can teach our sons to be better human beings, I think that will help alleviate that problem as well.
Yeah.
So, I know that I'm not a parent, so I know that that might not mean anything coming from me, but
no, of course
I mean, I think that it's I know that when you're a parent, you don't have full control over your children and like what happens to them as they get older. But I mean, do what you can, because
I mean, you can always get the foundation.
World.
Yeah, but sometimes it's biological. I mean, even if you get a good foundation, I have met many narcissists and many controlling or abusive, but usually, I mean, physical abuse usually is a pattern. Usually they repeat a pattern. If they see abuse at home, usually they will. That's why I always tell my husband that because I see it with my own kids. Even though I am like the one that is teaching, I mean, we both do, but I try to correct them more than my husband. But they imitate my husband more than anything. And we always talk with my husband. I said, you are like the biggest role model to them. And the way that they see my husband treating me is probably the way they're going to treat their wives. So, that's why it's so important. Like the little, obviously my husband's really good. I have to say, I have nothing bad to say about my husband. He has his little things here and there, like anybody, like I do, like anybody. But those little things that he has, like they drive, like he has no common sense. He's like the most intelligent man that I have ever met in my life. He can talk about anything, but this man has no common sense. I have no patience for people that do not have common sense. So that is like our biggest thing that I'm just like serious. Like there is a bag. I left a bag of garbage at the bottom of my stairs. It's been 2 days. I left it there because I wanted to see which of the three of them will actually pick it up and take it to it's been 2 days already and nothing. You know what they do? They jump on top of it. And I'm like, isn't it easier to pick it up than to jump on top of it? But I get to see, and I will leave it there until they move it. It all starts stinking.
You have the other day.
I do.
The other day there was a lint box on the floor. Okay, I seen it there. I watched this piece of lint box get kicked around. Garbage was right there to pick it up, so I just left it because I purposely left it, and I'm just watching it get moved, kicked around to the side. Finally, the next day I just bent down and picked it up and threw it in the garbage right beside it. Yeah. And I just thought to myself, that's typically how it goes.
Y'all are reminding me how much I like being single right now.
Yeah, I know.
It's like I'm having a flashback right now to an episode where my ex and I, like, it drove me crazy. This was something my ex would, it was the inevitable there would be a dish in the sink, and I'm kind of OCD when it comes to
I
things
hate
like that. But its favorite thing to say was, "It's soaking," and I'm like, "Have you seen a Dawn commercial? 30 seconds. That's what it takes to soak."
Oh my god.
And then so one time I was like, "Okay, well, I'm not gonna touch it," and so I left it there. That sat in the sink for a week, and he just kept refilling it with water and more soap.
Water, right?
He's like, "No, it's soaking. It needs more soap." I'm like,
yeah.
That is like my number one rule. You do not put stuff in the sink. No way. Like, it kills me. Like,
right.
I get
And these of course are very like nominal circumstances that we're talking about. Considering what a lot of people go through, but
yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, but yeah.
Absolutely. Anyways, you guys, let's it's we're at the 1 hour mark. Let's move on to the Idaho MERS, and you can always go watch Mel at Cold Truth if you want to learn more about Anthony Greeno. Just go type in Cold Truth, go to Mel's channel there, and check her out, and you can hear again a lot of different things. But I still want to thank Adam for that video of Anthony Greeno. I never laughed so hard watching this. You know how he comes across, right? And then all of a sudden you see this grown man riding a pony, and it was like
sees through is a good message there for you, Alexa.
Can't just see my mysterious trash.
Right. And it is, and like the thing, we're talking about nominal things like that, but it is important to, a lot of times, I mean, the men and women's brains do work differently.
No, and I know that. But
come on. The best thing to watch on YouTube is The Tale of Two Brains. It's called The Tale of Two Brains. It's a pastor guy that's talking about the Tale of Two Brains. It's comical. I actually watched the whole thing, but it's so true. Women are wired like we just are. Men, here's my box. Don't go outside my box. Oh, like you know what? I literally just said this to my husband today. So my husband came in the room, and I was looking at the floor plan of the Idaho things. Right now, granted, he had just brought me some dinner, and I said, "Hey, honey, right."
I said, so linear in that.
I said, "Honey, can I ask you a question?" And he's like, "Well, my dinner's getting cold, but what is it?" And I said, "Oh, no, now it's nothing. Nope, nothing." Right? Because I was just like, what happened to the nice honey that would be like, say, "Oh, yeah, no problem," "Oh, well, what is it?" But instead it was like, "Nope, my dinner's getting cold." And so I said, "Honey, you don't understand. It's not like this is the only time. Ever since his brother's been here, my husband he's more like, how guys get a little bit more dicky when they're around each other."
Yeah.
Got an audience.
Yeah. So
I love how their voices change. Like when they're with the guy, it's like, oh, like deeper. Like, seriously?
So he always gives me this blank stare, like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Well, because what turns me off the most with anything is when you ask somebody a question and they do it with a negative reply right away. Instantly, like a negative tone from it, or a negative answer. "How's your day?" "Shitty, but how are you? How was you?" That type of thing. So when I say, "Hey, can you help me for a second?" I'm not expecting, "Well, my dinner's getting cold, but hey, what do you want?" All right, now you just turned me right off. Now you just pissed me off. Now, because not only once. So I was trying to explain this to him. I was like, "You understand? Get out of the box. It's not about the one thing right now. Is that you've done this to me quite a few times ever since his brother's been here, okay?" And I'm just like, "Do you understand?" But he'll literally have this look and go, "Well, I apologized." No, you didn't. No, not really. So, but it's like me speaking to a deer in headlights going, "So you're going to get mad at me because you asked me for something and my dinner was getting cold?" And I'm like, "No, you're missing the point." And that's why, for me, the Tale of Two Brains, men, no, don't don't talk outside of that box. Don't tell me about yesterday. Don't tell me about anything. You're upset at me now because of what? Oh, no, it's not just not because of now. Okay. So if you haven't ever seen that, then you guys should really watch that. It is
I never
comical.
seen it. I have to.
Yeah, it's called The Tale of Two Brains. And it's really, it gives you a better understanding that men and women, we just do not think the same at all in a lot of ways, you know, and what our expectations, in a sense, are so much more than what most men can give, to be honest with you.
Right. And I don't want to bash on all men because, you know, I mean, they're, you know, like, I mean, I have an incredible father, you know, like you know, like I'm lucky to have like a man in my life that like raised me to be the way.
I hate it when people get politically correct though about something, because when somebody's talking, it's in the general sense of the term. The general sense of the term is the guy would not produce something, the tale of two brains, because most men think in a box. Most men, not all men, most men. Most women think a certain way too. That's hence why it's called the tale of two brains. Women typically go, and then you have those people that don't fall into that category. But the general thing is that most men will go, I don't want to talk. We don't remember here. We don't even remember what happened to us yesterday. We're just talking in the now. So in general, it meets the typical criteria. It does. It just does.
You know, this is a little bit off of that, but I heard someone the other day talking about men and women, and they were it was actually in relation to they were talking about the Idaho case, but it was someone who I'm sure a lot of people probably have watched on YouTube, but he was talking about the way he and his wife process things differently, and I thought it was really astute that he said, you know, women just are instinctively have a sixth sense or a woman's intuition or, you know, something like that. And it's not impossible for a man not to have it, and men can have it, but it's a learned behavior or learned thing with men. And he was giving people advice in his channel that for the men out there, the best thing you can ever do is to listen to the women in your life and follow their lead. And that's something I've always tried to do because I've kind of always grown up around strong women and I admire strong women. So,
well, my thing is this: it doesn't mean that the male is wrong and the woman is right. Women just have this knack, like you said, for more intuitiveness. Again, when we rear the children and stuff like that, like we just have this ability to do a lot of things. It's just, I don't even know if it just comes with us when we're born or whatever, but it's not to say that men are not wrong in who they are. It's just that women and men are just different in how we typically think, you know, and how we do things. But neither one can be said if it's right or wrong. Just women are known to be the multitaskers. And like I said, I mean, I've been with three exes. Well, three marriages. Third marriage here, people. Okay. Since 15 years old.
How's that intuition working for you, Sonny?
I know, right? Well, the thing is, this is what always makes me laugh. Okay, yes, I've been married 3 times. The first guy I was with from 15 to 26. That was my abusive relationship. I married him at 24. I stood there getting married going, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, that one didn't count. The next one was 17 years. Again, it wasn't, Sonny had issues. He had issues. He's the one that got all angry about life and money and this and that. And I'm just standing there going, like for me, I just get all leery going, you know, what happens to you people? Like, I thought you were just, you know, like I just kind of go around life bouncing around, you know, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you literally just became an angry person. Like, what happened to you? Because, you know, people's mindsets change. And my ex became about grumpiness and money and whatever it was. It just, whatever. But it was kind of like, yeah, when I look at it and I'm just going, you know, but they all did the same thing. If there's a box on the floor, they'll walk over it, hoop over it, whatever, skip over it, and leave it there usually. And I'm the one going, really? You just couldn't pick it up on your way by, could you? You know? Anyways.
So much easier.
Wait, Sonny, did you see that?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, now the love comes out. Okay, you know what? I knew it was there all along. Husband number 4 just got noticed. Right.
Right.
No, it just seems so wrong to say that. But you see, I didn't. Okay, fine. Granted, I should have never married the first one. Okay, because he was abusive right from the start, like pretty much near the start. Okay, that was a learning experience. Next one, I literally said to him, I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. After 17 years, I thought you were my best friend. I thought we were best friends. So, I mean, when the going gets tough for you, the tough get going. Is that how it works? Because I didn't think that's how it worked, you know? So I was in it for everything. I've always been that way, you know? But again,
But the second one is the one that you had the kid with, right? Your kid, your son.
correct. My
You see the
son
dad?
Matthew. My son Matthew. He'll be 26 on January 4th. Yeah. So that's the one that I'll call the wolf in the sheep's
My
clothing.
birthday.
Yeah. So it was like, but yeah, so it's not like, you know what I mean? Okay, let me put it this way. I think mine sounds better than my twin. My twin has 4 kids, 3 different dads, and never been married. Need I say more? Who's the better twin now, sis? Who's the better twin now?
Mm.
Well, neither of us really. Well,
Yeah, I mean, it
but
is
but
what
I
it is.
yeah, well, you know what? It is what it is, and that's how I look at it. So when I say the numbers, I'm like, that doesn't
Mm.
sound good when it comes out of the mouth. But yeah, by the same token, it was 11 years from when I was 15 to 26, 17 years, and then right now it's 7.5 years. You know, so
Yeah, so
it's
they've
not like
been
I'm
long
the quitter,
relationships.
but I'm not going to be getting abused, and that's what happened with my ex.
Yeah.
Towards the end, there, he started putting his hands on me, and and calling me names, and so that's what we were talking about, like that whole thing about when you're around somebody, and like so, my son was watching when my ex turned into rage mode when he got angry about life. This one day he decided that he was going to call me I think he was your lazy effing something bitch on and on. Once he did that once, because it was the first time he ever spoke to me like that, and I could just see, like, you could just see him changing, and that just opened the door for our son to keep witnessing that type of aggression, and I didn't realize the power and negativity that it was impacting on him by hearing that. And then during the divorce, he took his dad's side because he needed his dad's love, and he turned literally into a mini me of his father. Like literally, it was like, dude, I grew you up on Barney and stuff. I know your heart, but you know what I mean. He literally turned into a, a twin of his dad, and I was like that. I didn't raise that.
Yeah,
That's
and yeah, because we go back to what they said. It's they look up to their fathers. They imitate. They absorb everything that their fathers are. Unfortunately, or fortunately, for some. So, yeah.
Wicked Witch. I mean, I think that's probably a good name for you, to be honest with you. I love the YouTubers are complaining that notifications aren't going out. Suggestion was to unsubscribe. Yeah, that is a suggestion because it does seem to help. It's been said many times.
I will say really quickly before I unsubscribed and resubscribed, I would try just toggling off the notification bell and back on, so that way you stay subscribed to the channel, especially if you're a member, because that may fix the issue. I mean, just hitting the little bell icon off and back on, because that's the notification icon, so that way you stay subscribed, but you may it may like reignite the notification for you. I would try that first, and then if that doesn't work, then I would probably go the unsubscribe and resubscribe route.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel like my sister's in the house. Paula, is that you? Seriously. But it's just like, I love the fact that YouTubers are complaining that notifications, and then our suggestion is to unsubscribe. Oh, okay.
Well, I think it's because it's such a common thing. It's a YouTube issue. It's not a YouTube.
Yeah, but Wicked Witch obviously knows so much more. So what's the issue then, Wicked Witch? Obviously you know the answer, but it's just that's I can tell a statement when I see it, and that one's kind of an ignorant statement, really, because
it's the YouTube version of unplug it and plug it back in.
Yeah. Actually, somebody else told me that. So I think it's going around. Somebody
Yeah.
else said that too.
Okay, so let's move on to Idaho. Hey,
I'm
that's not.
tired now. I'm kidding.
Well, no, it's all you guys. And I'm sorry, but Isaiah. So you came back to me, did you? Right? The love for Adam kind of dissipated, didn't it, real fast? He says because I haven't had
Yes.
him yet. I get it. You know what? I don't know this, but I'm just going to say this out of the top of my head. I think Isaiah would be a great husband, to be honest with you. He just, when you can feel somebody and you just feel like they're a good person and that they're just
Right.
like a good person. That's how I feel about that dude. I don't know, but that's always been the vibe, just from his talking and stuff
Absolutely.
like that. When you read the words, Adam, McDougal Tree, don't get jealous, okay? You can have
C-Through says, before you toggle the bell icon, remember to take that trash out.
Jeez. Okay, so let me bring up. Okay, let's bring up Idaho. Cat herding is done for the night. Okay, 1 second. Let's open this window here. I got to take my own picture down there. Wait, did I?
Yep, there you are again.
There I am again. Yeah, but
Aw.
why am I not using? What the heck? Let me just maximize it for a sec. Why is it I'm missing? Something feels like it's off. Anyway.
Have they really been? I didn't know that.
Huh?
Ben said that Google Street Maps have already blurred the house out. I didn't know that.
Oh, really?
I've got so many images of the house. I just honestly I have not looked at that. So.
Yeah. Okay. So this is okay.
Yeah, it happened earlier. Yeah.
So let me just quickly show a few of these. So this is the 3rd floor.
That's the second floor.
It says 3rd floor.
That's the second floor.
Are you sure, Adam?
The
Because
living,
second.
100. Yeah, that's the kitchen and the living room.
That is the second floor. Yeah.
Did I maybe crop underneath of it wrong? Because
maybe.
Because that one's saying a 2nd level bedroom there.
Yes,
Okay.
that is the second. Actually, could you go back to that really quickly, Sunny? The bedroom picture.
Yeah.
That I believe is. That's actually the third. That's the third. That's Maddie's room, I believe. I think that's the only picture we have.
Is the balcony on the 3rd floor?
Well, yeah. There's a patio on the 2nd floor.
Okay.
Because of the. I mean, everyone. I'm assuming at this point is familiar with the layout of the house. If you walk into the house on the through the front door,
nope.
You're in the parking level, which some people are calling in the basement, the 1st level. It's where the 2 surviving roommates were. That's where the cars are parked. Dylan's room is to the right of the front door if you're staring at the house, and Bethany's bedroom was to the left. And then if you walk up the stairs, you enter into the living room, and to the back of the house is the kitchen, and to the back left corner is a bedroom that, to everyone's understanding, was vacant. And the window that you see in the front of the house on the picture Sunny just had up, that's to the right on the 2nd floor, that was Xana's bedroom.
So let me ask you, Adam, how come on this picture they show the top floor and 2nd floor only, and they're referring to the bedrooms 1, 2, 3, and 4?
Probably because the 1st floor potentially isn't, there isn't the crime. I mean, there was, it was not part of the crime scene that we know of.
The 1st floor.
I have another picture. You want me to show you?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I show it?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Hold on.
I mean, I was at that the bathroom that Sunny had pulled up. That bathroom was on the 2nd floor. That was Anna's bathroom.
I don't know why StreamYards isn't working today. It's doing it when people subscribe and stuff, but it's not doing it in chat. Bad StreamYards. I'm going to be using Nightbot soon if you don't smarten up.
Can you guys see it?
She shared her screen there.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Oh, there's a better one. Thank you.
So Adam, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So walk me through.
Here.
So who is it? Ethan and Cena, what room were they in? D or C?
So if I'm looking at you, I mean, this is speculation, but I mean, I feel like it's educated speculation. If I'm looking at your diagram, they would have been in bedroom D.
D, right?
So when you walk up the Sunny had shown that the living room picture, which you can see that staircase it's got a railing. It's closed, but it's open at the same time. That opens up into the living room. And then if you were to walk up the stairs and take an immediate right and then turn to the right, down that hallway is Xana's bedroom. And to the left would have been her bathroom.
Is it C or D? Okay. Which one's hers?
D.
D.
Yeah.
And
bedroom C
would be F, right?
Yes, Kaylee's bedroom was F.
So that means that D was practically on top of F, right?
Yes, but they were not in Kaylee's bedroom. They were in Maddie's bedroom, which is bedroom E.
The smaller one, right?
Yes, because for all intents and purposes, Kaylee was in the process of moving out, and I know there were posts where she'd been selling a bed frame, or Xana had actually been helping her with it. Had been selling a bed frame and different items, and I think for all intents and purposes, she really, for the most part, was coming back into town really to show off her Range Rover, and that was one of the things early on that stuck out to me, because if I'm looking at the situation from the killer's point of view, which is not a fun thing to do, but if I looked at Kaylee being the target, if it was a one target, it made sense to me that it would have had to have happened that weekend, because they knew that she was not going to be there after that.
So, and what about the bottom? The roommates who's?
So yeah, on the first floor, and if you're looking, if you're standing at the front door, to the right, bedroom B would be Dylan's bedroom, and bedroom A would be Bethany's bedroom. Those are the two surviving roommates.
Okay, thank you.
And when the house was first built, the original layout of the house was what you're seeing with the first floor and the second floor, but just the front part.
Okay.
And so, like, when you look at when you look at the design of that house, that's why it's kind of an odd structure, is because the entire back portion, the kitchen,
an addition.
Yeah, and the third floor was built on. Because some people have like put out diagrams where it makes it look like Xana's bathroom is the laundry room, but that was actually on the first floor. Where I believe in this diagram, it's that bathroom on the first floor is actually part of it's a bathroom, and then there's a laundry room next to it. So and the kitchen is in the back of the house there to the sliding glass door, which is arguably probably the point of entrance and egress. Is that what they call it? Like the exit point and egress?
Yeah, something like that. Adam, quick question. So someone said, Verbal Judo said, I didn't know one of the survivors was a guy.
No, Dylan is a female.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it was a girl named Dylan. Both have been cleared by law enforcement, and I know that they both, issued really heartfelt letters that were read during one of the celebrations of life ceremonies last Sunday. Yeah, Verbal Judo. It's just I know it's confusing because just a girl named Dylan.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah, so as far as we can tell, and this is going off of statements made by Steve Gonzalez, who is Kaylee's dad. I believe that the girl. Well, he said the girl that Kaylee and Maddie were in the same bed in Maddie's room, which would have been bedroom E. And then bedroom F, I believe, is where Murray the dog was found. Which is that is speculation as well, but
where was the doggy found, and where? And
believe that the dog was found in bedroom F. We don't know if the dog was crated, so I mean, it doesn't mean that the killer put the dog in there. It just, they said the dog they don't think the dog had entered the crime scene and had no signs of anything on the dog. So I'm wondering if maybe the dog was like just crated in the evening and they already had the dog in the crate in bedroom F. But that's speculation.
Some doggy treats, that works wonders too.
Yeah.
Okay. And here, and one more question. I'm just going to point it out right here. Hold on, let me choose red. And this one here, this is the sliding door in the second floor, right?
Yes. Yeah. If you look at this house from the first floor, like I said, the first floor, the front door is to the parking area of the house, but it's built onto a hill. So the second floor in the back is also ground level. It's almost like if you had it's almost like, picture the front door like a walkout basement. And then the sliding glass door in the back of that house off of the kitchen. Which I believe that, or the window in the back of the house on the second floor were the entry points and exit points. But I mean, there's been most of the rumors have been that sliding glass door was left open by the killer when they left. So
this one right here, the one we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, off of the kitchen.
I'll put it beside it. Can you guys still see that?
Because over here there's a balcony, right?
Yes, on the third floor off of Kaylee's bedroom, there was another sliding glass door which led to a balcony, but there's no real exit point to the, you would have had to have jumped or climbed down. And one of the reasons that people, I mean, if you look at the pictures from their social media, you can kind of tell which bedroom was whose. But bedroom E, which was Maddie's room, which is the room they were killed in, there is an in the window, and there's also a pair of pink boots, which there's a social media picture of Maddie wearing the boots, and she loved the color pink. So
Alexa,
that was one of the early things that led people to believe that was Maddie's room. Really quickly, while we have this up, sorry, I feel like I'm talking a lot, but if you look at on the second floor where the right where it says bedroom D, if you look at that wall, that exterior wall that's above the word bed, that is the exterior wall where a lot of people, I'm sure, have seen the
blood
substance that looks like blood, like dripping down the outside of the foundation of the house.
That would be we're in D, right? In the back?
On D, yeah. Yes. And so then that was Xana's bedroom.
Is it here?
Yes.
Or is it on the side?
That's where that substance that looks like blood was dripping down the exterior foundation of the house on that little brick.
I mean, it does look a little suspicious, but obviously you can't say yes or no. But
no, of course. I mean, I personally think that that's what it is. Plus, if I look at the layout of that room, and I've seen the pictures from inside the room from the realty company, that to me would be the logical place that you would probably have a headboard.
The only thing that makes me think is there's no foundation. I mean, how? I guess there's a gap or something. Because how is that possible that it's leaking outside?
Yeah, I seen that.
I've been told that basically it could just be something as simple as shoddy healing. It could be a testament to the amount of blood.
Well, there's obviously some sort of.
I don't think it's heating oil or anything like. To me, it makes sense that that's what that is.
It looks like blood.
Even the pattern looks like blood.
Yeah.
You can see where it's dripped over the pipe. To me, that proves that it's not coming from the pipe.
From the pipe, yeah.
And Bonnie says it's oil. It's oil fuel. And so I'm just giving you my opinion. I'm not saying that I know that for sure. I'm just
what?
I just looked at the pictures. Well, to me, the liquid's coming from above the pipe.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I get it because blood and fuel, but so it's coming from a pipe that has fuel in it like that.
Well,
Is
could
that
be in the
what's
picture. It looks darker or it looks
I mean,
reddish, more reddish than it is. But
right?
right.
And, the thing is that when I literally saw that picture today, and I was just like, okay, so that's probably something that looks like blood, but it's probably not blood because it's very odd for the fact that it's coming out of the house, but yet it had that coloring more so. But yet, most of me goes, that can't be blood seeping
do
out
you
of
have
that.
that picture? Maybe you can show. I will stop sharing. Maybe you can stop sharing. Maybe you can find it.
Okay, give me a second here. I'll take a look. I had it up today, but I'm not sure if I still have it up.
I didn't realize we were on camera. Thank God I didn't pick my nose or something.
That's okay. I
didn't realize.
I picked mine for
my
you.
hair.
Yeah, Bunny, CD and I have talked about that as well, and I know, and we've gone back and forth with. I mean, I know his opinions gone back and forth as well. I don't know. I don't remember what he conclusively has come to with as of now. But for anyone that missed the stream that I did on CD's channel last week, that was a really good live. And even though I know information in this case changes minute to minute, it was really cool to pick his brain and go back and forth off of things, and then to have Jeremy on was also I was grateful to get to talk to him and get to ask him some questions. But much like I wanted Alexa here tonight.
Yeah. Oh, please. I live that you guys did. Thanks to that, I didn't do my Christmas shopping. I don't have a tree thanks to that day because of you two.
Hey,
it's only gonna be
chance
an
I
hour.
can to ruin Christmas.
Yeah, blame game coincidence.
I was like, it's no way they're gonna do a 2-hour live. I'm like, it's just gonna be an hour and then I'm out of here. 3 hours later, I'm like,
I know. I used to think it was sunny. I'm afraid it might be me.
No, but it was really good.
Okay. Husband. 1 second. I'm gonna call husband.
And I'm not going to hang my hat on the fact that it is, but to me, that's what it looks like. It could easily be something else. I'm just saying it's a very odd thing to be there, and by all accounts, people have said that it wasn't there prior.
Yes.
I've not seen a picture where it was there prior.
SP74 said the heating oil is tinted. Yeah, I know. Mine had leak once, and it's a little darker. But it could be that the picture is not doing justice. But I believe it's blood too. I think the pattern. What makes me question is the pattern.
Have you seen the picture from the kitchen?
No, I haven't.
I mean, to me, that one's a little bit more. I mean, to me, that one looks
Somebody
even more
said
so like
blood,
that
right?
pattern.
You can see the blood. Is that the one?
There's a picture. Of someone took from the outside of the house through the window of the sliding glass door, and it distinctively looks like the pattern of something dripping onto the top of the cabinets down the front of the cabinets. Now, if I were to look at that in relation to where it would be from the top floor, I'm not sure it makes sense, but a lot of it is so much. There's so much speculation in this case. But
yeah, like anything. I mean,
right. And like I said, the only reason I thought to myself that this was not heating oil is that if you zoom in on this and you look at it, there are parts of it where you can see it's dripping over the piping and not from the piping. Like you can even see a dark spot there in between where it's running over the, and then you can see where it lands down here and splatters at the bottom.
Yeah, I agree. That's what it makes me think because the pattern. I'm like, that looks like blood. I mean, I've seen it before like that. So,
so
but it's just the position where it is. I'm like, it doesn't make
right
sense.
Here.
I'm trying to look at that picture.
One sec, you guys.
Sure.
So right here, okay. There's 4 people that were killed. Yeah, in the Idaho murders. Yeah. Okay. So supposedly this is blood coming out of the building.
Right.
Out of the pipes and stuff. Does that look like blood to you, knowing that you work on stuff like this?
Yeah.
Does that look like blood to you?
It looks a bit too red. Usually it would be darker than that.
Well, it is pretty dark.
Well, this
But-
picture's also been lightened and enhanced.
But
Yeah.
but right, could it
But
be
it's not coming out the pipe. You can see it on top.
right?
Exactly.
So, could that be some sort of oil fluid? Does that look like an oil fluid?
Transmission fluid is that color.
Yeah, transmission fluid, but that's not a car on there.
But what's this? Is it what picture is that?
It's of the house on the outside of this house here, right here.
Right.
See, so it's in the back there.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, so there's definitely nothing leaking from a car.
No,
No,
So-
yeah, it was leaking from.
no,
From
it's from
the
that. So, but when you look at that, that actually does look like blood, doesn't it? What do you think? Do you think it's possible? But then that would be on the main floor. Like no one was killed there unless it would have to come down the side of the third floor, right, Adam, or second floor?
No. If you look at this, like directly above that foundation would be the on the other side of that wall is Xana's bedroom. And if you look at the layout of that room, it would be the most likely place. That's where a headboard would be.
Okay. So does that
Because the room is not a deep room. It's kind of narrow when you walk in.
in this picture, Adam, where is her bedroom?
Her bedroom is on the second floor. It's that front right window.
Oh, the front right
So,
window.
and then the picture you're looking at now with that. Oh, if you go back to that last one.
Yeah.
So like the foundation where you see that dripping at. Is
That's
right
where it is
there.
down here.
So yeah, so that like siding right there would
You
be.
thought it was a pipe.
Yeah,
So
it's
there.
here.
So yeah, it's coming out the house then.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then would that seem like it could be possible that was blood trickling down? It really does look like blood.
Sure. I mean,
Can you think of anything else that would be a oil or
not in a house, no.
yeah? Okay. Just wanted your opinion because I know that
The
you
heating
do
oil
this.
thing sounded logical to me, but once I saw that it was coming from above it was dripping over
Yeah.
the pipe.
Yeah.
That's
And
when I
that's
was
the
like,
drain
no.
pipe anyway.
And that's just a drain pipe, Steve. Just
Is it? It's a
Oh.
pipe.
or is it
Which picture was it?
this one here?
Okay, I can't tell now. And it's not a drain pipe.
All right. Okay. I just wanted because you work on stuff like this, so
The
It's
kitchen, just for if it helps, the kitchen that window be right there. The only window on that side of the house. That's the kitchen window. So that pipe, I would assume
Oh,
is
that's
probably
the kitchen?
coming from somewhere.
The drain
off
from
the kitchen.
maybe.
yeah. So probably
I'm
right.
trying to
there.
look for that picture for the kitchen, but I can't find it. I don't know.
Yeah,
So it's a drain for the
a kitchen.
utilities and the
Yeah.
dishwasher and stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
probably.
That's what I thought. Yeah, and I think the refrigerator is over. No, I think the refrigerator's on the other wall. But yeah,
It's not a main pipe 'cause it's outside. And it's
That to me looks like blood.
it looks like blood.
It looks like blood.
Also,
and it is bright, but the picture's been lightened.
Yeah, because normally when you
right.
cut yourself,
I mean, it
At
could
the
have
bottom,
been.
it looks darker. Yeah, I think it's the sun, the light, the way it's hitting. It makes
Maybe.
it look.
you see the bottom, these part here, that's what I'd expect
Yeah.
it to look like. The three at the bottom, how dark those three are.
Yeah, but that's how I mean. I know blood because I mean, when I bleed, it's like usually this color, and then it turns into
Not
that
on
color.
brick though,
Why not?
because I've cut myself loads of times at work and dripped everywhere.
Okay.
But that seems very bright to me. But like you
Okay.
said, the picture's been messed around with.
But if-
you
but
can
if
turn
I-
it up.
Oh no, I don't want to go there. I want to go here. Oh, stupid thing.
SP74. There are exterior pics of the house, and you don't see
So,
anything
if
like
I
that.
look at
I've
this-
not seen it zoomed in that way, of course,
There's
on the
that picture.
real estate pics, but
You know,
Yeah,
like,
it looks like blood to me.
okay. I mean,
But the way it's trickling down is a bit weird.
Yeah.
yeah.
and I mean, not that it really even matters. I mean, I think all it really like leads to is just the brutality of probably what these kids went through. But
Yeah. Okay, honey. Thank you. All right. Right. I mean, I won't be shocked if it is, but I mean, it's neither here nor there. There's 4 dead people anyway, regardless. But it to me, it does remind me of what blood would look like, how it goes softer and then, trickles into darker as it pools up in a sense. But I don't know. What do you guys think?
Isaiah says husband sounds sexy. Isaiah's just for everyone tonight.
I know. I think you're just making your moves, aren't you, around there? Eh?
Alexa, you want to bring your husband in, see what Isaiah thinks?
You're right.
Well, he's Canadian. He should do it just for the sake of me being Canadian, to be honest. Yeah.
So, and they said there is also a picture. I don't have it handy, but from the kitchen where people have zoomed in to where it looks like.
I'm trying to look for it, but I haven't. Yeah, I don't see. I saw one, but do you have it, Sunny? Maybe we can.
No, but what would I be looking for?
I don't have it handy.
Cabinets?
Yeah, it's zoomed in from the of the kitchen cabinets. But again, I was trying to figure out where that would have been coming from, and judging from where the cabinets were, I couldn't figure out how that would make sense.
That's not it.
But
that's why I wanted to see it. I can.
No.
I'll look for it later. Can't find it. Is it a police walking through the door? Is that the one? No.
No. This was from a Daily Mail article that they had zoomed in from pictures from outside of the house through windows, and this one was through the sliding glass door. And people could like zoom in on, and you could see the cabinets, and there's something clearly, there, but I mean, it could be from when they restained the cabinets. I mean, it could have just been a poor job. I mean, remember, this is a college house. So they might have just restained the kitchen cabinets, and it could have just been some dripping from the whatever that's called, veneer or what, varnish.
Do you remember if you see some stools? Like you can see some.
Well, you see the stools are in the door, in the slider door there.
Okay, so I think I found the picture.
Like I said, I've got so much information and pictures that
I bet.
So unless they were staining something at previous time.
Right.
It's like me with Delphi. I have so many pictures. Like, oh my God. I was looking through my phone the other day. I'm like, oh my God.
Maybe if
now mine are all. Sorry. Let me get out my now mine are all jumbled.
Okay, here it is. Let's take one more picture.
I've got like Delphi, Idaho. Because I have to admit, I think like a lot of people, Idaho has, it's kind of sucked me in, and sadly, I'm like, if there's a case convoluted as Delphi, it could be this one.
It's funny because I see another channel that's on, I think, Psychic Sleuth, and she has like over 500 people in there listening to her talk on her, her reading or whatever. People are just really into the Idaho case. It's no different than Kylie Rodney, and this one's just taken. The brutality of 4 people. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of one of those things. You have these 4 gorgeous young adults, and that somebody went in there. Do you think that they went in the back way, from the back side? Is that what you're saying, right? Because that would make sense to me, and that's probably why the other 2 people lived, because that's an addition, and he was probably in the one side of the house. Do you know?
Right.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, like with everything with this case, I mean, there's so many. For every answer you think you might have, it raises 5 more questions. A lot like another case we all know. But if you know the area surrounding the house as well, there's a so the house is on a street that only has like 2 houses and an apartment complex on it. So it's a dead end street. So it's not going to be a highly trafficked street by car. But if you were to like drive by the house there in the front, heading to the right, there's an apartment complex there, which is where the Jeremy Reagan lived. That was the neighbor that CD and I were speaking to. And there's a parking lot that goes. So there's a little wooded area behind the house that you see right here, where these like trees are, and then behind that is a parking lot that goes to the apartment complex. So you've got like this kind of false sense of security with the trees, but then you have this perfect vantage point because you're elevated, and you have a clear vantage point into the entire back of this house. And I mean, even now when you look at it, I mean, you can see directly into the windows. So if someone had been watching or waiting for the lights to turn off, to me, the logical place that you would have complete darkness covered, other than these little string lights down here, would have been the back of the house.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been the most logical place for me if I'm putting myself in the killer's shoes to go in and out of without being seen.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I also think that it probably alludes to the fact that they live close enough to get to by foot, because even this whole neighborhood, there's only one way out of this neighborhood and in this neighborhood. So to not be spotted on surveillance footage, which now there is speculation they could have been, but it would have been very difficult to get in and out in a vehicle without being spotted.
And that's like the wooded area, right, in the back?
There's a small wooded area directly behind the house.
Is it just one house, or is it go through other houses, that wooded area? I couldn't.
Yeah, so what you're seeing behind the house right here, just this little wooded area, which is basically just a cluster of trees. Directly behind that is a parking lot that goes to the apartment complex next door. And there's no lights back there.
Well, he could have parked right there and just go through the woods.
Right. You could have either parked back there and sat in a car, and you wouldn't have looked suspicious at all because it's an apartment complex parking lot. Or you could have just been waiting, on foot and watching through those windows. I mean, knowing what we know now with like the fact that this crime was committed in this house, I mean, there's so many things that are like make this house like the worst possible scenario. You have 5 girls, beautiful girls, living together in a house.
Yeah. I don't see a staircase sees through to go up to the balcony. I don't see it on the other side. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah.
So if you were to come in through the 3rd floor, you would have literally had to have climbed somehow onto that balcony. But that sliding glass door, which if you look at a close-up picture of it, it has 2 bar stools wedged in between the frame of it. And there's a lot of speculation online that that door was often left unlocked, or well, we all know how like kind of flimsy slider doors can be. I mean, anyone that's ever had one, it probably has had like something wedged.
All I had to ever do is lift mine up and slide it, and it would open up.
Oh yeah, and the locks are would be the easiest thing in the world, And there's also one window in the back of the house there that would have led to that empty bedroom. I'm assuming the bedroom was empty. That there was a screen missing from. So, and the screen is laying on the ground in the back, but it apparently had been there for a while.
I think probably the easiest access would be probably that sliding door.
That sliding door.
Yeah, the kitchen. I believe it goes into the kitchen.
Yeah,
I think that's probably the best bet.
Right, and that's the door that is allegedly. The rumor is that when the surviving roommates got up the next morning, when they came upstairs and found. But the rumor is that they could have found one of the victims, and that door was left wide open.
Oh, really?
Adam, Ben says, Aspen Connor, do you think that he went to the top floor first?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, given the information that we know now, I mean, this could always change. I mean, there's a large chunk of time with Xana and Ethan that is unaccounted for. But given the information that we have now and the information that, especially that Kaylee Gonsalves's family has said publicly about her father came out and said that the means of death for her and Maddie, who were in the same bed, were drastically different, and that Kaylee's wounds were incredibly more brutal, or something. I'm paraphrasing, but
Yeah.
Which is, it's led a lot of people to speculate she was probably the target, if there was one target. But like anything else, you could argue then that, you know, or did she just wake up and put up more of a fight, so she received? And that you might be able to answer those questions better, Alexa, because you know much more about the mind of how these people work.
Yeah. No, I honestly no, but you're doing great. I think you are right. I always believe this is a targeted event. I think the killer went there as a revenge, whether to one victim or more victims. Most likely it's only one. And at the beginning, when I heard there was 4 people killed, I was like, okay, 4 people killed, but I thought they were in different bedrooms. And see, this is why it's so important to know those details, because if you know that there's 4 people killed in different bedrooms, then you will go into a mass killing, like a mass murdering. So then it's a different thing. But then when I heard that there's 2 people in one bedroom, basically 2 and 2. So that's so what I believe is the killer probably entered. He went to kill, let's say, Kylie. He killed her. Kaylee, I'm sorry. Why do I call her Kaylee? Was it Kaylee, right? Kaylee.
Yeah, Kaylee and Madison.
And Maddie, right? So went to kill Kaylee. That's probably, and usually victim number 1 is usually the target. In most cases, that's the target. So I believe he probably killed her. Maddie probably woke up. But that's probably because I heard somebody has defense wounds, and that's probably why, because she probably woke up. And don't forget also, I mean, they were out, so they were probably drinking. So and they were sleeping. So that makes it a little,
Which should be a totally normal thing to do in college.
Yeah. And I think there was probably some fiddling and some commotion that probably woke up Ethan and Sana, or maybe they were awake but they heard the commotion. He goes back into the second floor, and again, Sana and Ethan become collateral damage. Basically, he sees them and he has to kill them, and
Ethan
that would make sense.
Where?
Why he doesn't go to the first floor?
Ethan was found where? On the floor near a door?
Nobody says, but maybe in the bedroom. Maybe he was coming out.
We heard he was found somewhere.
All that we've known confirmed is that they've said that they were all most likely asleep when the attacks began. But does that mean each of the attacks or just the attacks in general? I'm going to circle back to Sunny's question, but first I want to ask quickly, Alexa. I was looking at that whole situation, and I'm like, would it make more sense? So, I was thinking the same thing. Like, you would probably, start with your fascination or your fantasy, but if like the wounds that Madison is said to have had are less severe than Kaylee, could it make sense that she was killed first in her sleep, and then the time and fantasy was spent on Kaylee, considering her wounds were allegedly so much more brutal, and she may have woken up?
I mean, it could be, but usually, when the killer wants, usually they go with the target first, and that's what they, that's whom they kill first is the target. But it could be too.
The only one that I've heard, the only parent that I've heard confirm that their child had defensive wounds was Xana on the second floor. We've not heard anything, to my knowledge, about Maddie having defensive wounds. I know they said some of the victims did, but I've just heard that just the brutality of Kaylee's injuries were so much more severe.
I wouldn't bet any money that probably Ethan has some defense wounds.
Well, and so then, so to circle back to Sunny's question, there's been a lot of rumors as far as where Ethan was found, because the coroner said that they were attacked in their beds, or that they were asleep when the attack started. But there's a lot of internet rumors that he was found in the doorway of the bedroom in the hallway.
That would make sense.
Which Ethan and Xana to me have, all along have kind of been if Kaylee and Maddie or Maddie were the intended targets, why then Ethan and Xana were killed. To me, like either means like one or more of them woke up and maybe Ethan got up to see what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
But if the coroner, I can't remember the wording, but if it was said that they were attacked in the beds, like why then did he decide he had to kill them as well? Like, because I can look at it two ways. I'm like, I think it's natural to assume Ethan was probably killed before Xana because he was a very athletic guy.
Yeah.
And she had the defensive wounds that we know of. So to me, that would show that he was probably attacked before her, and then she woke up and fought, from what I've heard, till the end. But so I'm like, either he got up and he was attacked in the doorway as the killer was probably coming down, or for whatever reason the killer decided to go into that room, attacked Ethan, then killed her, and he may have survived long enough to make it to the door after the fact.
I don't think that. No, to me, I mean, in my head, knowing what I know, I don't think the killer would do that, because usually for stalking, usually you kill the person that you're going to stalk, like your fantasy. You go in, you kill, and that's it. That's why I'm thinking, and like I said before, I was like, no way, this is like a stalking or a revenge. I feel targeted. The word is targeted to one person. I don't think it might be two people, but I think mainly it's one person
as well. Moving around.
And I think that's what it is. I think the other three people, he just had to kill them because they were just there. They were in the way, basically. One was in the bed, and the other two probably, like like we speculated, he probably got up, heard the commotion, and then he had to kill him. And it makes sense because that's in the second floor. That's why nobody killed. Because why, if it's like that, why weren't the people on the first floor killed?
Right.
Well,
and sorry, Sandy.
Well, no, I'm just kind of curious. Like, so do we, like, only because you know this more than I do, but like, how do we know it's not against the couple? Because
we don't.
Right. Because we're trying to find out the timeline hard about that. Now, my question on this one is to you, on Adam and Alexa, on that. But they had phones, so why aren't they just checking where their GPS was?
And I don't know. I mean, I know that. See, that's been a question I've had all along. That was it was actually, I looked at my phone earlier. It was the very first thing I wrote down was, were their phones found at the scene?
Right.
And did the killer take anything? I know that the only confirmation we've heard about any of that is that Kaylee's family has said, because they have family passwords, they were able to break into the phones, they said. And Maddie was considered a daughter to them, so I'm assuming by that they mean Kaylee and Maddie's. But much like Delphi, does that mean the physical phones, or does it mean the iCloud accounts? I'm guessing they have the phones.
Likely.
Okay, this
but
is.
Then why not? Why can't they find Ethan and Xana's
right
whereabouts for that evening? So to me, they're the anomaly in the whole situation.
Yeah.
We don't know their.
I want to ask one more.
From the evening.
Sorry, Adam.
Sorry.
Every time I think you're stopped, I start, and then I realize you're not stopped yet. Sorry, but it's because something else was saying that, because Belinda's saying it too. So I'm not understanding this. So somebody calls 911 from one of the phones or whatever, and so do we know who called 911 first of all?
We know that the phone call was made from one of the surviving roommates' phones, but and that several people talked to the 911 operator.
Yeah, well, what's not making sense to me is, obviously this person's not unconscious. Obviously they all have blood all over them.
So is that true that somebody? Oh, sorry.
No. But my thing is that, like, who's calling to say that somebody's unconscious? Obviously they wouldn't be calling to say that somebody's unconscious when you could clearly see someone's been stabbed to death.
Well, and you can look at that two different ways. I don't. Sorry, Alexa, you go on.
Yeah.
No, and it goes to the question I was going to ask you too, because I heard a rumor. I don't know if it's true, and that's why I wanted to ask you. Because I heard somebody like when they same thing as Sunny saying that somebody when the one of the roommates found Ethan, I believe, in Zena, they fainted. Is that true?
Well, and so you know, I mean, and all of it's unsubstantiated,
Okay.
and the police have been very adamant about the fact that 911 call is something they want to keep private due to the integrity of the case, which means there's probably very important information about you know
That. Yeah.
about that in it. So I mean, I can look at it in two situations. I can look at that as because we also have heard about the locks on the bedroom doors and how each of these bedroom doors, we know at one point through people that had lived in the house previously have stated that each bedroom at one point had key locks on the bedroom doors, which would not be uncommon when you're in a roommate situation like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it had been rumored early on that the bedroom doors were all locked, which means the killer would have locked them when he left. And so, I mean, I can look at that as one: the surviving roommates get up, they walk upstairs, the sliding glass door is wide open. One, I still think there would be blood footprint. I still think there would be some sort of blood evidence in that main living area. And that they called 911, and they called 911 because they couldn't wake up.
Okay.
You know, they were like texting or calling Xana,
Okay.
and that they couldn't reach them. Which then to me, like, I would naturally think, wouldn't you then go to the third floor and try to wake your other roommates up? But the other rumor is, like you said, Alexa, that you know that they woke up, they came upstairs, they found the sliding glass door open, they found Ethan's body, that both the surviving roommates ran out the back of the house. One of them was in the process of calling 911 and passed out. None of those rumors none of them have been substantiated by the police, so we don't know. But that to me makes more sense as far as like 911 being called for an unconscious person.
And now, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and that when you know EMT came, part of that rumor also is that when the EMT officers arrived, that they were responding to an unconscious female outside, and then were directed inside because of what the roommates had seen, and that immediately upon walking in could have potentially even contaminated the scene slightly, because that and the fact that we now know there were several friends there from the surviving roommates. We don't know where in the house they went. It to me would be natural that you would think one of them or more of them would have at least gone up the stairs to check. I still think there would be blood evidence on those stairs. That alone, which I'll go back to, that alone to me is the way. Well, there are different ways you can tell who was killed in which order. I mean, if there are bloody footprints leading up the stairs, I mean, that would make me think probably Ethan and Xana were killed first. If the bloody footsteps are leading down the stairs, I would naturally think that Kaylee and Maddie were. From a forensic standpoint, the easiest way you're going to be able to tell that is from
the blood patterns.
So if you're using one weapon and you stab someone, I don't mean to be graphic, but that first victim's DNA is going to be on that. Is going to be on that knife. If you then take that knife and you stab a second person, you're going to have the DNA of the second person and the first person, and so forth until you get to the fourth.
And also, you're going to be able to see the blood. Even the tiny little speck, they're going to be able to pick it up.
When they're doing DNA testing, they can tell that. And then if the killer injured themselves, and there's a fifth DNA profile that is that's congruent through some or all of the victims, that would be a way to isolate.
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things, I feel bad for the parents because I know they want answers, but at the same time, they have to understand that this is a long process. I mean, this is a party house. even if it wasn't a party house, the police and the forensics now they have to eliminate all the DNA that is found in that house. And you can imagine, especially when they have parties and everything, how much DNA. Like you said, there were other friends in there, so now they have to go one by one meticulously and see which DNA they can isolate, because they have that's what they have to start doing, isolating the ones that they can match. So that's a tedious process. That's not easy.
Right.
That takes and it's not only expensive, that takes a long time. So I get it that the parents are like a little frustrated and they want answers. But at the same time, I am like, every time I see the news, I am so happy that, I see so much movement. Like they were taking, collections. Like I saw the forensic team, I saw profilers, they were there too. And I'm like, okay, so they are really doing the right thing. I am confident enough that they're going to find the killer.
Right.
I am.
What do you? I'm sorry.
No. I said I am very confident that they're going to find the killer. You'll see. I give it a couple weeks and they'll find him.
What do you make of the fact that that law enforcement has not released a profile? Because they've had the FBI behavioral science. I can't remember what it's called. Behavioral science division or whatever. They've been there, so I mean that's what they do is they create a profile, correct?
Yeah.
But they have been adamant about not releasing any profile.
I think it's because they, that is personal. I think they don't. Sometimes see what it is when you do a profile, it's just like a mapping. It's a little bit. It's basically like mapping. People fantasize a little bit about profilers that they give you exactly who the killer is and they give you that's not how it works. What it is basically a mapping that they give you certain characteristics that we might think that the killer might have. That way, when you bring people into questioning, you can be like, okay, the profiler said, like, in my opinion, I think the killer might be from 20 to 40. I don't think he's older than 40, let's say. So if you have somebody that's 60, you're like, that doesn't mean that we're 100% correct or they're 100% correct, obviously. Then you start saying, it's probably going to be somebody who's antisocial. Then when you start seeing, it's a knife. A knife is a very personal killing. Right. And by personal, I don't mean like he has to know the victim, but that means that he has anger. The person has it's like an extension of himself, and when they kill with a knife, is that anger. Like they can, and that's when you see, when you kill somebody and you kill, you stab that person 2-3 times, it's okay. I don't mean okay, but it's you just meant to kill them. But when you do overkilling, we call it overkilling, is when you start seeing and you get into their mind that it is personal,
right?
That it's something that anger that they have. Either the killer was rejected. I have a feeling that there's something with rejection.
Maybe whether it be real or just self-imposed.
Yeah, and it could be and the thing is, you don't have maybe she didn't even know him, but he did.
Right.
So I keep thinking rejection too.
He was probably this killer probably stalked her. I can guarantee you, and you'll see. We'll save this video, and you will see. I can guarantee you.
Something I've always thought. Right. I mean, something that I think is I heard recently was that when someone uses a weapon such as this was, such as a knife, especially one that might have been like a K-bar or military, there have been a lot. We know it's a large fixed bladed knife. That's all we really know about it. But that that the knife is personal to the killer, not to the victims. So it's so that's something that is treasured by the killer, and I found that interesting because it's something I had not thought of about the difference in Delphi too. It's not something that you get as much with guns, but what was I going to say there?
Yeah, it's almost the same when people get strangulation. Usually, when the crimes of passion are usually strangulation with hands. because again, they go to the personal. When it's with ligature or you strangulate with something else, it's less personal. But usually those crimes of passion, 90% are hands, because you want that. And that, that's why it's so important. That's when you cannot, it's easier to do a profile when when you see the crime scene and you see the bodies, and then you get the picture, because then you can start thinking and you get into the mind of the killer. But I think this person, to me, I think he is probably like a stalker kind of type, like rejected. I think he felt rejected in either she knew him, and by knew him, I don't mean she was friends with him or anything. I don't know if she acknowledged him, or maybe saw him, but in his head,
He knew her.
Sorry. Yeah. So I truly believe that. I don't think, but I do think that he's probably going to be like an antisocial person, like personality wise. I would say he would be probably antisocial. I don't see him being like a normal, let's say it's 30-year-old or 25-year-old.
Right. To me, just the common sense of the geographics of that. I mean, it's a college town. It's fraternity row. I think it would have to be someone that even, had they been watching her or them, or had they been, I think they probably had some sort of outlier relationship with one of the people in the house. Mm-hmm. Either they'd been in the house, but not as like a date or something like that. But
yeah,
they had a relationship.
Gone to a party, maybe.
Right. And they, a lot of people haven't really like thought about this or looked into it too much. But to me, I look at everything, but they hosted a Halloween party, and then if you're going by the information that, like, say Kaylee was the victim, they had a Halloween party the weekend after Halloween. Kaylee left for a week and a half. She just came back to the house the day before. So when people are even looking at the pattern of behavior before, and they're looking at the day before, 2 days before, 3 days before, I would look at that Halloween party, and I would look at the fact that, here you have a social event being taking place in this house, and then a day or two later, Kaylee leaves and is gone for a week and a half at home, and then comes back in the next night, which is going to be one of her last nights at the house. This event takes place.
Yeah.
That's just my speculation, but I do think that it would have to be someone also within their age range to blend. Because I think social, yes, but I do think it has to be someone that can socially at least blend in.
Yeah. Also, the key had to be familiar with the house, because you're not going to break into a house that you don't, you're going to be like, where am I going? Could, don't get me wrong, it happens, but I would speculate that he was probably familiar with the house. Either he had been in there, or nowadays you can go online.
Right. Or if you're standing in that parking lot behind, you can witness everything in the light. You can see inside every window in the back of that house.
Yeah, that's the one thing, people. Please put blinds in your windows and put
motion lights.
You think it was like some sort of peeping Tom perv that was constantly watching the house?
I think it was someone. I think that was someone that they interacted with, that at least one of them interacted with on a at least a social basis. But have you looked into any of the people that they've kind of like of interest?
I was reading about, there's so many Jacks.
Yeah, and I don't want to go down the rabbit hole speculation, but
yeah,
one person has stuck out to me from the beginning.
The one from the hoodie guy? Yeah. Oh my God, you can answer me that question. I know you can, because nobody could. Is it true that he left the country?
No, that is the rumor. Even Kaylee's father, Steve Gonsalves, has even as of today, I believe, talked about that possibly is something that they've heard. You might not know. You might know this answer, but I just found it very interesting. When you go an investigation like this, I wouldn't find it odd to like rule out family members like super early on in the investigation.
Yeah.
But I mean, literally within like by the first press conference, they had ruled out this foodie truck guy who is Jack S. or Jack Showalter. The name's out there. There are 3 Jacks for everyone that's like. There's Jack Decanter, who is Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. I personally don't think he has anything to do with this. I know a lot of people are suspicious of him. There's a Jack K, which is a fraternity brother of Ethan's, who Ethan had made a Venmo payment to on that evening, and then was the first one to donate to the GoFundMe page on Ethan's memorial page. To me, that didn't stand out either because Ethan was 20 years old and I was in a fraternity, and so it would not have been uncommon at all, like when you're going to a fraternity party, to have to have had paid one of your fraternity brothers for, for beer, for whatever.
Whatever.
So, and then there's Jack S., who's the foodie truck guy. He also lives nearby. And the rumor is that his alibi was that after he left that food truck, which we've all seen, that he got in his car and drove almost 6 hours to his parents' cabin or house near Boise, Idaho. And then now may or may not be in Africa. And he has hunting skills. I don't know who has seen the hunting pictures, but I mean, if I showed you some of these pictures, I grew up around hunters. These are not typical hunter pictures.
No, and what's suspicious is like, why would you leave? Like that whole story. I mean, he's at the truck, so there's there, and then he leaves 5 hours, like right after.
Right.
That seems a little suspicious.
That's the white hoodie guy.
Yeah, he apparently had anger issues. There's a rumor he'd been kicked out of that corner club that Kaylee and Madison were at that evening. He never orders food. If you watch that food truck video, he's apparently there to make sure they get home safe. But they arranged their car service to take them home, and they left him there.
Is this the guy in the black jacket that follows him around the corner?
Yes, in the white hoodie.
In the hoodie.
Or is it it's the white hoodie guy? Okay.
He's a huge hunter. He apparently has anger issues. There's a rumor he'd been kicked out of his fraternity. His parents are both really incredibly wealthy doctors in Boise. I think his uncle could be like tied to the state's attorney. I mean, there's a lot of money there. And the kid may or may not be out of the country now.
Yeah.
And apparently he did not, according to the family of Kaylee. They came out kind of cryptically and said they thought some people were cleared too quickly, which I've been saying all along. And then they said, share your alibi. If you have such a strong alibi, share the alibi. And he apparently then never also either was asked to give DNA.
Unless if he drove, I'm sure he had to be capturing cameras, maybe the reading license plates and all that stuff.
And that could be the concrete. Even if his cell phone was caught on cell towers. But I just find that to be a huge red flag that you're out at this bar, whether or not you were drinking, whatever, but then you accompany these girls to a food truck.
I wish they would have waited a little more and they would have at least investigated, a little further. Even if you have a solid alibi.
1 second.
Right. And I know that being cleared in an investigation doesn't mean that you're scot-free. I know that, no one's cleared until the investigation's over. So, they can always circle back around to someone, but not to get DNA and then allow him to leave the country, if that's true. I don't know what Jack S drives. I've been curious about that. And honestly, I've just been busy and I haven't had a ton of time to deep dive into that aspect of it. His real name is actually John, but he goes by Jack. So it adds another J name to add to the confusion.
And where does he go to? Does he go, I think, to his aunt's house or something like that? Or to a cabin?
It was speculated it was either his parents' house in Boise or to his parents' cabin. Either way, it's about 5 hours and 49 minutes from Moscow, Idaho. But it is in Mountain Time as opposed to specific times, so that adds like a little bit of confusion there too. But I'm just like, who gets up at who goes out and then 3 in the morning, drives 6 hours almost to their parents' cabin or parents' house?
I do. I used to do that when my husband lived in Toronto and I was living in New York. I used to drive in the middle of the night. I used to go like around 1 a.m., 2 a.m. So I could beat traffic.
Yeah.
So I could beat traffic. So I mean, it is possible, but I do believe, that seems very suspicious. The thing is the instances, you see him at the truck, he's looking at them. That whole interaction, and then he leaves. That is that would.
It's just a weird. It is. I mean, I kind of tried to like wave it off at the beginning, but I'm like, the more and more I watched it, I'm like, it's just weird. Yeah. I mean, like they showed up together clearly, and then they have very little interaction while they're there, and then they clearly leave without him. So I mean, if he is their ride home or a way to get home safe. They clearly felt a reason to get another car service home. So.
You guys, do you guys mind if we just go to the chat for a minute instead?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just because. So, Ivy, I'm going to say no. The police can't stop you from leaving the country if you got nothing against you. They can't stop you. And then let's see here. Someone said, "What's a typical hunting picture?" I think I get the picture on that one. It's just not your typical one that you show off on. Yeah. So what do you?
Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead, Alexa.
No, just a little thing. I mean, even if you have nothing to do with this, and the police tells you, you're okay. I mean, as a human being, as somebody that might know the people that got killed, out of courtesy, you wouldn't leave the country. I mean, I wouldn't, even though the police can say, "Oh, go whatever." I would be like, "No, there's an investigation. I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna prove that I didn't have anything to do." So in that sense, I mean, it does seem a little sus.
But if you're built for money, maybe you got a little bit of a privilege.
Well, my grandfather was a judge, and he always is the same. If you're going to commit a crime, you better be rich.
Well, okay. I mean, I think it's naive to think that that money absolutely has an impact on what on how you're treated when it comes to
definitely
suspicion.
Of course.
I mean, especially if you look at the amount of money I don't want to go down too far down a rabbit hole of like speculation, but I mean, it's easy to look at the fact that, I mean, a college town is going to profit mainly from the college, and the colleges are businesses. So if you've got people donating money to the university, a phone call or two could lead suspicion away from someone, depending on if it's small town USA or not.
Yeah.
And we know it's a police department of 35 people. They haven't had a murder in 7 years. But this is bad for business for that town. So I think that they probably do want it solved. I just don't know why you would clear someone within like an hour, as the parents said.
Well, could be.
And not get DNA if that's true.
Could be the connections, right? Like we said, I did not know that he was so wealthy. It could be connections there.
Or it could be that they have concrete evidence of his alibi. Okay. And they don't have to share that with the family.
But even so, you have to go and get all the cameras and everything. That takes a while. That's not as easy as we, just 1, 2, 3, and that's it.
Right. I mean, they can't find Ethan and Xana's timeline for those missing hours, but they were able to clear, this Jack Showalter guy in an hour before the first press conference.
The more I hear, the more suspect.
Okay. So. Well, Deb's asking what I was thinking too. Like, was the trip already planned? And if you don't have anything to do with it, what do you care? Seriously. If you don't have anything to do with it, you're not going to care on that same level. Most people are not going to go, "Oh, well, I'm part of an investigation, so I'm just going to leave." If he has a trip planned, or he simply knows he wasn't part of it. He's not going to care one way or the other, and he's going to
Yeah,
go
but
about
if
his personal
if you
life.
hear that there's speculations that you might be, involved, and you have that much money, you could cancel it. I would be like, okay, we postpone
Yeah,
it.
but that's what I'm saying. But why would he care if he didn't have anything to do with it?
Exactly.
Most people are not going to care.
Right. So you can look at things. It depends on the lens you're looking at it from, right?
Yeah.
If you're looking at it through the lens of, oh, this looks suspicious and this looks suspicious, then naturally that's going to look suspicious. If you're looking at it from, I'm completely innocent and I have nothing to hide,
I don't care.
And we also have to remember it was things. It was the weekend before Thanksgiving, so it was the weekend a lot of kids were leaving for Thanksgiving break. It could be conceivable that the family had this trip planned. The parents are both doctors. From everything I've seen, they do incredible and a lot of missionary work. They've got I think their youngest son or one of their sons is actually adopted from Kenya. So I mean, I'm not saying that this family is shady just because they have money. So I mean, I do know
that money does buy you lots of things.
Right. So I know they did routinely go to Africa, which is a lot of times where he would go on these hunting expeditions. And when I say hunting, like not your typical hunting pictures, I've shown them even to some of my hunting friends, and they've even said to, like there's a picture where there's an animal that looks like it was quartered. There's pictures where I've never seen someone come back from hunting with the amount of blood on them that he had in some of these pictures. Like
really?
He's wearing an animal on his back in one picture from, and these are just proud hunting pictures that could be innocent.
Right. They don't. Facebook?
From his mom's Facebook back in 2015, I believe is when those pictures came from.
Wow.
But we also know that he did like knives. I don't know. There's one picture of him in a room where there's a flag behind him with a gun, and that was actually from Xana's TikTok. So we know he at least knew her, and he clearly knew Kaylee or Maddie, considering he was there that night at the food truck with them.
I don't know about the whole Africa thing. I don't remember. I don't know what the laws are anymore on that stuff.
And that's all. And that's all still a rumor. I mean, there's been no confirmation that he's in Africa. Law enforcement, I would assume, knows, but
they probably don't have extradition laws there. Probably if that's the case.
I've read it again, rumored that that he was part of a group project, not a class, but a group project that was meeting regularly. That he has not responded to, and he's left their group, or he's not responded to the group text message in that group project either since the weekend of the murders. So I don't know. There's a lot of speculation leading towards him right now, but I did want to talk about this Elantra thing, because this is new. This is new as of pretty much today, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just says Moscow detectives are interested in speaking with the occupant who owns a white 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra with an unknown license plate. Tips, could lead investigators to a more critical thing. It says for additional information about the vehicle being in the immediate area of the King Street residence during the early morning hours of November 13th. They actually believe the occupant of this vehicle may have critical information, basically. So yeah.
Can we see the we're looking for the driver of the abandoned vehicle at the CPS.
Yeah, I know, right? Hey, there's a red Jeep in front of the house, and
that's Ethan's. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe it must be Ethan then.
Well,
he did it. Then he took himself, I guess, right? But it was just kind of make sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I still can't get over one of the reporters in one of the first press conferences, after it had already been answered previously, but stood up and was like, could this have been a murder-suicide?
Oh my God,
and I'm
seriously?
And I'm like, and what? The knife just got up, floated away.
Himself? Yeah.
But
yeah.
and I
Yeah,
know
that's
there are pictures now circulating online from the Elantra thing that the timing of it's interesting considering they released that body cam footage today of the alcohol related call that they got to the Sigma Chi house or the field outside of the Sigma Chi house.
Oh, so tell me about this.
The original time stamp I'd heard, which I found interesting, was if for anyone that doesn't know, the proximity of the Sigma Chi house, which Ethan was a Sigma Chi member, and Xana and Ethan had been at the Sigma Chi party that night. I mean, it is a direct eye shot view to the house. I mean, you can walk there in 5 minutes. And there's a field outside of the Sigma Chi house in between the path that would lead up to the house. And there was a police call made at around, I heard originally 3:01 a.m. For an alcohol related call, which would not be uncommon after a frat party. And then I believe the little bit of body cam footage that I did see today, I think it was at like 2:55 a.m. And there's apparently 20 minutes of police body cam footage that they released. I've not seen all of it, but I've already seen a ton of screenshots because as the police are talking to these like kids that are probably drunk after this frat party, you can see the house and different things in the background. And granted, it's 3:00 in the morning, so a lot of people have circled and put out like blurry pictures where they're claiming they see this white Elantra parked in front of the house at 3:00 that morning. But what validity there is to that, I don't know. I just found it interesting that they released this information at the same time that they released this body cam footage.
Yes. And what sorority are they again? Ivy's asking because there was a couple, right? Like,
I'm sorry. Ethan was a Sigma Chi member.
yeah.
I can tell you that Kaylee was a member of Alpha Pi. Xana and Madison were sorority sisters, and they were part of Pi Beta Phi. Sorry.
Yeah. We don't have that stuff here in Canada whatsoever. We don't have any of this sorority stuff and any of that. I can't even associate to that stuff besides watching it in movies. It's like people that all live together or something. And then
Yeah. It's a very American thing.
very, yeah.
Yeah. We don't have
I know it from the movies.
What are European?
Really.
They have them in, they have them in Europe or in London,
Yeah.
or in London.
But
Yeah.
not in Germany, not in Austria, not in Spain. Not,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they have groups, but not like that. Not with
So in England, so yeah. Well, I mean, it's what the Greek society.
Can I ask you what the point of these things are? Like, what's the point besides a bunch of people living together? Like, what's the point of them?
I mean, they're brotherhoods or they're sisterhoods. They're just basically
it's like a club, right?
It's a club. I mean, it's a group. Yeah. I mean, it's it's funny because before I went to college, I never in my life would have ever thought that I would have been a part of a fraternity or sorority. But I just by the way I got housed, I ended up becoming some really good friends with some guys, and it is a way to kind of like have a community. Within because when you go to college, you're kind of in an unknown setting and you're kind of like on your own, and it can be comforting to kind of like find some people that like have your back. And I know they have a bad reputation. People, there's all sorts of rumors and things with sororities.
Isn't it because there's like hazing and different things that go on, like really stupid shit that people do in order to have to get into them? Isn't that true?
I don't necessarily think it's. I'm sure every situation is different. I know that my middle niece that's a freshman in college, she just joined a sorority, and she was talking to me about like what she went through in her process of getting into the sorority, and nothing that she went through is anything I would even remotely consider hazing or.
Well, you guys are the ones that make the movies on your guys' own stuff, and nothing that you guys show with sororities is usually a good thing in your own movies. So that's why what I see, as a Canadian, that's the stuff that I see. And so, and then when you hear about like, I've heard real stories about hazing and stuff like that, and different
course.
things you have to do. But you guys literally make movies over there, but nothing ever really shows sororities in a good light by
Right.
your own movie.
It's easy not to.
Okay.
I said it's easy not. It's easy not to, and I think with any, or just like with sports, you're gonna get you're gonna have like people that take advantage of like whatever position you're in.
I'm sure like
I had a positive experience when I was in a fraternity.
From it.
I know that just as many people probably had a negative one.
Yeah. We don't, the way we do school here and the way you guys do school and sororities, it's literally like being on opposite ends of the planet. We simply go to school here, and if and it's not about this whole big popularity thing, but that kind of happens in schools regardless.
Right.
You have your certain people, but there's no, the way it's portrayed in America is that you got your cheerleaders, you got your football players, and everything seems to be about popularity and fitting in and all that stuff. Like there's no, it seems like a very, let me put it this way, it feels to me like there's a lot of pressure over in there on that stuff to like be fit in and do whatever, and you guys have these sororities and all this stuff. Again, here in Canada, it's just simplified. You go to school, you do your school stuff, you have your friends, that's it. There's no princess, queen, this and that stuff. It's just you have your prom because you graduate, so it's very interesting to me how in a sense, like how for me being Canadian and watching the Americans, because I obviously watch most of the movies, best movies are from America, is so that's the part of life I see is like how so different it is, because it seems like it's almost like a competition over there in school.
Well, obviously in the movies, Hollywood exaggerates it a little bit.
But
by the way, I have to make a correction. My husband just overheard me. They do have fraternities in Germany. Sorry about that.
Oh,
they do. I didn't know that.
I thought he was going to say in Canada. I was like,
no, he just told me right now. He's like, no, you're wrong. I'm like,
I think like anything, there can be positive, there can be positives, there can be negatives to everything. I mean, I'm sure there are a ton of douchey frat guys out there.
Yeah.
But then again, like I don't support anything that you do in life that becomes your full identity.
Yeah.
And so I mean, like if if your entire identity is being a Theta Chi, which is what I was, or Sigma Chi, I mean, to me that's not probably healthy because. Plus, I never wanted to be like the 45-year-old that's like going back to college, like on alumni weekend, being like, "Let's rage,"
Yeah.
But I mean, it can provide some structure and just like anything, it can be what you make of it.
And I think like anything, you always hear like the bad stories versus the good stories, because the good stories never come out. It's always the bad stories, like hazing. This guy, the kid died because of hazing. Somebody was whatever because in the frat house or the sorority house. So
and I'm sure a lot of SA gets probably swept under the rug because of some of that stuff. But I can only speak to my experience, and it was not something I ever thought I would do, and it was a positive experience for me.
Yeah.
And
but you have to be accepted into it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm honestly, I'm just glad we don't have that type of stuff over here, to be honest. If I was going to say it, like there's no this prom queen king stuff, like meaning school is hard enough without the pressures of having to worry about if you're popular or if you're this or that. I always think that school's just hard enough as it is, than without all the pressures. But that's just in general. School, if I had my way, to be honest with you, kids should be homeschooled, because people are cruel in school. They're just mean to other people. Like I was ever picked on because I was like more of the what you call the popular one. But I don't like that. Like I've watched like these young youths take their lives, and stuff like that, just because of how mean people can be. People can be so mean, even in here. Like when you get the trolls and that come in here, threaten to slice your throats and stuff like that. Like people can be just so mean, and it just really bugs me that people just want to go through life kind of like, whatever. Like I don't know the reason why these 4 people were murdered. And I'm kind of with Alexa on the whole rejection thing, that somebody felt rejected, and it ended up being like one person in particular, perhaps, but 4 people, ended up losing their lives and stuff like that. I mean, there's just no controlling those type of loony bins out there. Those people have issues regardless, so who, but I myself kind of just feel, and I don't like, I know the story, but I'm not in, I froze, my face froze, but I just feel like for some reason there's some sort of anger, somebody's revenge, anger thing coming out of this.
And if you notice the common theme, and not that I'm excusing them, but if you notice the common themes in the school shootings, all of them, I can name you most of them. I shouldn't say all of them. Most of them, they were picked or bullied in school, and they go back and they do the killings because they were bullied in school. So I think their school should take. I was talking to the principal, my kid's principal, the other day, and I think bullying should be taken more seriously than it is. Because they're like, oh yeah, bullying, you talk to the parent. No, I think, you know what? If the kid keeps bullying, it should be expelled. That's it. No more chances, no more nothing. Get out.
Yep.
I
agree.
Yeah, I just feel bad for the ones like people like myself. Like, I mean, I can take a lot of beatings from people, but after a while it gets tiresome and old, and it gets on you after a while a little bit.
Yeah.
But I feel sorry for the people that are just passive and don't stick up for themselves and don't even know how to stick up for themselves. And then they come across those, dimwats in life that, think that they can just push people around and bully them and stuff like that, It's too bad how people have to be that way. Again, it's because it's their own issues. Some people are just trying to go through life just, going through life just fine. And then you got those ones that just want to, like I said, have anger issues, whatever, take people's lives,
Yeah. But a lot of them, you see the parents, like I see it in my kids' school, like you see the parents are so entitled. My kids go to a private school, so it's a little more like, like stuffed up and everything. And I always believe money doesn't buy you anything. It just buys you better things.
Buys you a bunch of snobs at what it does. Like here, where I live here, when my son was younger and he was on the baseball team here in Walnut Grove. Yes, Walnut Grove, just like Little House on the Prairie. And he was on the baseball team. What a bunch of stuck-up witches. Like seriously, all these parents thought that their kids' shit didn't stink. And they thought that their shit didn't stink to go with it. And the way that they talked, like, honestly, get off your freaking high horses, you snobby. And I always felt like Walnut Grove here was like I considered it to Hollywood, like the wives of Hollywood or whatever, that they just felt so entitled with their little dogs and their little bogs, their little kids, as they're walking this perfect life, acting like that, like I said, like almost like portraying this image. But it's when they have that entitlement attitude, it just makes you sick.
And that's what they pass, because I see it in my kids' school. Like I see the moms like being entitled, and the kids are the same. They're like mini me's of the parents, and you're like,
oh yes.
I do feel like it's important to differentiate, because we don't by any means have any indication that any of these 4 people were doing or engaging in like the kind of behavior. I mean, by all accounts, I mean one only like. I mean, if someone was mad at Ethan for being in a fraternity, I don't see why they would have gone and killed the 3 girls. And I think it's fair to say I don't think a female committed this crime. But I also think like sometimes just because sometimes indifference, like I mean, I'm sure that I have probably not paid attention to someone before that might have paid more attention to me than I was even aware of them, and I don't think that's necessarily a crime.
Nope.
I just think that we don't necessarily know, like sometimes what we might think is like, oh hi, when you pass someone, to them that could mean something more, and
Yeah.
it can get fixated on if they've got something in their head that, because I mean, clearly you've got to have something going on in your head to walk into a house like this.
Well, that's just it.
Once, look at the risk. You're walking into a house and you're killing 4 people with a knife. That's a huge risk reward situation. So I mean, to me, this is something that they played out in their head.
And it's not like he didn't know that there were people in there. It's not
Right.
like he was like, oh, they were just there. He knew they were there.
Right.
Like it was like almost like this person was waiting. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
It was like this person was waiting for that right moment to go in. And
if, you know, Kaylee was the victim, if Kaylee was the target, then the last weekend she was going to be in town. How many more chances are you going to get?
Yeah.
And that's speculation.
Do you guys think that this case will be solved within the next month? Like, do you think that someone will be arrested within the next month?
I would say so. Yeah. I mean, I know it will get solved. It will take faster than Delphi. I tell you that. Yeah, maybe.
I have a feeling it's going to get solved in the next little while here.
Maybe.
Whether it's a month or not, but I definitely feel.
Yeah, it will be solved quick. I will tell you, it won't pass February, but I mean, because of the holidays now.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that I'm like weird.
Finals week, yeah. So I mean, if this is a student that's on campus, it's finals week. So I mean, after this week, potentially you have the 1/3 of students that return to campus. They're all leaving until mid-January. I personally think that either. Well, I mean, I find it. I think the case is complex for a lot of different reasons. One, because you have 4 victims. 2, because you have 4 different timelines, or 2 different timelines with the victims going on that evening. 3, I think it's safe to say that we at no other point in our lives have a larger social footprint than we do at the ages of 20 and 21 when you're in college.
Yeah.
You're around more people from different walks of life for different reasons than you ever are at any other time in your life, probably. And so to me, I think this case is probably either going to get solved by the digital footprint that's left accidentally by this killer through their phone or their device, or something that's found on one of the victims' phones or devices, because 20-year-olds live on their phones. Or I think it's going to be solved by DNA. That could take longer just because if you're 20, 21 years old, there's a chance your DNA is probably not in the database. Which is why, to me, I would think they should be probably collecting DNA samples from every person they interview, volunteer DNA samples.
I don't know. I mean, I feel just so horrible for the parents, because I understand if I was in their shoes, and I would want to be like, what's taking so long here? Come on, 4 people are dead. How can this not be solved yet? Come on, there has to be something. I can understand the frustration, because if this is your child, and I know, Adam, that you don't have children, but you would, for the most part, understand that feeling of as if a parent, and then to lose a child, and then to have to sit there and keep, you know what I mean? It's almost like time is going slow.
Even just having gone through this situation slightly with my niece, when her roommate was murdered, and Samantha Josephson, who we've talked about a little bit before.
Yeah.
I mean, just being on the inside, part of that gave me a perspective as to what, how complex being in a situation like this is, especially when it's in the national spotlight.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, Psychic Sleuth is on. There's literally 1.1K people over there watching right now. And that's because everyone's just invested in the Idaho. Everyone just wants the answers. No different than Delphi, but Delphi has been 5.5 years and people still want answers. But right now, Idaho is the hot topic really going around, that everyone, because it's like you see these beautiful 4 children, and it's just before Christmas time coming up, and you see these 4 beautiful lives, and I'm just gonna put those. I'll just put this picture up because it's one I have, or right here even. So these are the 2 that survived. It's the first time I'm kind of actually really looking at them. Let me just take a look here. Okay, so those are the 2 that survived, and I imagine how these people must feel too.
Right, and they've had a lot of speculation cast upon them as well.
Yeah, just I mean, a beautiful bunch of people like there, regardless if they had money or not, doesn't matter. They're just a beautiful bunch of people that didn't, just each of them separately was doing their thing. 2 were this way, 2 were that way. The other 2 were doing whatever, and I mean. I'm pretty sure that those 2 probably going to have survivor's guilt somewhat and wondering why that they weren't attacked, but once I'm sure that the answers come out of who is responsible, it will probably make more sense to them. But I mean, can you imagine living in that out? Like, imagine the nightmares that, like, I remember the one mom saying how can she sleep? All she's thinking about is, all the different scenarios going through your head. And this is no different than Libby's parents and grandparents and all that. Just the thought that your child was literally getting stabbed to death is just a horrific thought. And then not to have someone brought to justice on top of that. But either way, just what a horrible thought that someone has bestowed on these innocent people, and yeah. Just so sad. Sad.
It is.
In this case, this case, there's something about it that just feels different than, this to me, it's been 3 weeks, a little over 3 weeks, but I don't think that when we look back at like Gabby Petito and all of these other cases, this is something that's, because of the brutality of it, is going to be something that we talk about 20 years from now in the way that we talk about Ted Bundy and Gainesville. And, I hope that they catch whoever this is soon. I can't imagine. These were 4 people on the precipice of the rest of their lives. And regardless of anything, no one deserves what they endured.
No, exactly.
I have a quick question for Alexa. I'm sorry, Sunny.
Yeah, go ahead.
I found one thing I found very interesting, and I don't know anything about forensics really, other than, like I see that they've collected 4,000 photos. I've learned about some really cool new things that the FBI uses as far as what was the term? I have it written down here.
I wasn't in forensics, but I might be able to help you.
There's a new technology they use called 3D memorialization of a scene, which they use laser scanning from the photos they take of a crime scene to where they can, on a 3D rendering, recreate the crime scene to scale, which is so fascinating to me. And like I was reading that for forensic purposes, there's never been anything that's been able to match that kind of accuracy for what they can go back into then however long later and look at a crime scene basically as it was.
And that makes it easier because you don't have, that makes it easier because you don't have to measure one by one the patterns. It will do it at once.
But I found one thing that I found interesting was this, when I was looking at, they have all these tips and they have all this, and they said they've collected 113 pieces of evidence. That seems incredibly low to me, to have a scene that we've been told is extremely horrific, and to the point where there could be blood coming out of the foundation of the house. Doesn't 113 items of evidence seem low to you?
Not really, because it's probably whatever was in the vicinity. That's probably usually what you take, whatever's in the vicinity. Okay. So
I feel like we hear about there were 1,000 pieces of evidence taken in different crimes.
Yeah. No, especially that there were, the 2 girls were in the same room and the other 2 were. So probably that's about right. They probably usually take whatever it's in the vicinity.
Thank you. Because it seemed low to me.
But yeah, I've seen it.
Okay.
I see it both ways. I see it as, yeah, because it's only going to be in the direct where the crimes happened versus the whole house. Well,
Yeah, no,
obviously
yeah.
they take things from the house, but if nothing really happened where the two that survived happened, besides
Yeah.
looking around and deeming, it would be.
I mean, usually what you do is depending where the bodies are, and then you do like a perimeter around, and that's what you take.
Okay.
You kind of like measure. I mean, nowadays with all the technology, it's easier to map, but that's what they used to do back in the old days. They used to go and see, and then especially the depending what the blood patterns are, also see. They would check anything that has blood has to go. So
Yeah.
Right.
I'm assuming probably all the bedding, all the night
Yeah.
table.
Yeah, and I have no idea what it entails. All I know is that I was told it was as of last time I looked, it was 113 pieces of physical evidence that they have that they've recovered.
Have they
Which
done that?
for four? Sorry, Sunny.
No, go ahead. Finish your sentence.
Yeah,
I was saying just from four bodies. I felt like wouldn't there be more? But
Right. Yeah.
I think it's just vicinity. Yeah.
What was my question, Adam?
I'm sorry.
No, totally forgot now.
I feel like I've talked too much. I apologize.
No. I was totally. It was there, Adam, the whole time, right until I was about to say it. Then I just went bloop, gone.
You said, did they?
Was it about this? We're talking about the crime scene.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. The more I do it, my brain's just gonna hurt more. So
it's probably gonna
I'll come back to her later, and she'll call me at 1:30.
Yeah, just gone.
So Alexa, what do you think is going to take to solve this crime? Do you think DNA? Do you think witnesses? Do you think?
I would say DNA. I'm pretty sure there has to be DNA. DNA. I would say DNA in this case. DNA or a fingerprint, something that he left in there. But I would say DNA probably, because most likely, I mean, this type of crimes, he had to get blood on himself. He had to leave something behind. There's no way that he killed 4 people without leaving anything or injuring himself, because especially with a knife like that, you have to.
And I mean, this might be morbid, but I would think that it would be physically exhausting to carry this out.
And that's another thing that I had here that I did like a semi-profile. I was thinking, and I said that it has to be somebody who's fit, very fit.
So I mean, I even thought it was like, maybe is that one of the reasons they could have not gone to the bottom floor? I mean, maybe if they had been put up a fight by some of the victims, and just physically what it would take to do this to 4 people would be exhausting.
Yeah, no, but I that's one of my things that I had physically fit. He had to be physically fit.
Well, I was going to say, Alexa, is there something in your notes here that you haven't talked about yet that you wanted to?
No, I mean, we talked male, we said targeted, antisocial. This is definitely, we spoke power control. This is something, a payback, revenge, whatever you want to call, rejection. We spoke about the knife, the K-bar knife. I said, no, we did the fit. I listed personal. I think this attack has something to do. No, that's it. Personal revenge.
So, do you think that these people knew him, or do you think that it was just somebody that knew the person? But
it could have been that she knew him, or just in passing. It could be. I don't think they were friends, in my opinion. But it could be somebody that either she knew him, or somebody that, or maybe she doesn't even know him. But to him, the victim is crucial.
But that's just assuming that it's even her. Maybe it's the couple.
Right. It could be. I mean, to me, they're like I said, they're the anomaly to me, because where do they fit in?
I think they woke up. I think they were collateral. I hate to call that word.
I agree, Alexa, to that. I think that I was kind of like Ben. I think that he woke up. I think that they woke up, because I have a hard time believing that one girl is getting killed and the other one isn't somewhat screaming, and that one woke up and he went to go check it out or something like that, And that guy came down, took him out. I wouldn't doubt it if he was on the ground on the floor. And then then she wakes up, or she's awake, and then he takes her out as well. I feel like they were collateral damage myself. Is it?
Yeah.
I'm just going by just my
logistics.
what
Yeah,
I'm feeling. I'm not even.
I agree.
Right.
I think victim number 1 gets killed, then number 2 wakes up, and then she gets killed. The whole commotion, 3 and 4 wake up, and as he's exiting, he kills them.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think, I think that to me, like what we're kind of discussing there, that's kind of the key in the totality of it all, because it's either that, which would make sense, but then if he then went in that room for a specific reason as well, that changes the whole dynamic of it all.
Yeah.
So it's like without that information, it's hard to know.
Yeah, it is, and that's the thing. Like because somebody had emailed me, and they were really upset that they were watching another profiler, and they were like, "Oh my God, she always gets it wrong," and blah blah blah. And I said, "Well, you know what? I'm like, there's not much information in the other case in Delphi," and they were complaining about it, and they're like, "How come?" And I said, people go based with what you make assumptions as a profile. You make assumptions.
Yeah,
there's nothing written in stone.
Right,
we are wrong, and I always told you, and you admitted, I make a mistake. Oh well, but the assumptions that we see, and obviously speculation assumptions, because we don't know. If we had all the details, then it's easier, because then we can look up etymology. Then we can look the patterns and everything. And does it have signatures, possible signatures? Did they stage did they post the bodies?
Were things taken yet?
Any souvenirs? Yes. Was anything taken? So all that goes into this, but I don't think this is the case here. I think this is what I'm telling you. And I have a feeling that this was personal to the killer. He was probably or maybe in his head, he felt rejected. But this is something targeted, and this is why I think the police knew this right away, because I remember hearing that they said, "Oh, how come there's 4 people killed? Well, how come it's not going to happen again?" And that's why the police knew, because looking at the bodies, they knew that this was targeted, that it was meant for one or another victim, and the killer was not going to go knocking at somebody else's door and killing.
They also said that in Delphi.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you can tell, and that's the thing, that when you see the bodies, and that's what I'm telling you, the crime scene is the most important, because it tells you the whole story. It tells you how they were killed, why they were killed. It tells you everything.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. I mean, one of the reasons that I've really taken, I've taken everything that the families have come out and said, whether or not law enforcement has been happy that they've done it or not.
I know.
I try to keep in mind that they also have seen what was on those girls' phones, probably most likely. Well, I know they have, because they've said they have. So I mean, there could be things that lead them in the direction of the way they're thinking, just based on selfies from that night, anything. Text messages, but I would say that for the kind of conversation we've had tonight, even though it took us a long time to get to Idaho, I would say that it 100% would hold up against any channel that's got 1,000 people watching right now doing doing analysis or speculation.
Mm-hmm.
I would say we've been just as thorough, and if not.
Yeah. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I do believe some people have the gift of psychics. I mean, I really believe some people really have it, but I don't like when people when people take advantage of a case and they start kind of milking it for money. I don't like that. I really dislike that.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
I've seen a couple once recently that they are like, "Oh, I channel this person and I channel another person," and then they say, and I had asked one question. I said, "Okay, so if you know the name of the killer, it's pretty easy, and you're so sure that write it down, mail it to yourself, keep it there, and when gets arrested, prove it, because that person was like, oh, I have a video that I knew the name of Delphi, and you can go and watch it. I did it 5 months ago, and I went back and I checked 5 months ago. There's no video. There's little synopses that this person did, but there's no video. And I'm just like,
Right.
So
And
it is what it is, and you respect everyone, but I'm like, don't take advantage.
Well, right, and you know what? I personally, like I said, each to their own, and each they don't want to watch. But it's kind of like, well, what happened today with Delphi? A lot of people out there don't know, and it's kind of like, do you sit there and you try to get views off of it, or do you use your moral guidelines and go, you know what, no matter how many views I could get off of a video today, if I was to put that out, it's morally not. Me and Adam, you know, we discussed it for a minute, but my gut when I saw it was just instantly, no, it's nothing really that other people need to hear if they haven't heard it today. And so, you know, it just becomes, like I said, everyone has their own level of their own morals and standards and whatever they deem, you know, however people want to get there. My thing is this: people that are the greediest will always get to the top first. Typically they just do. I've watched it yeah, I've watched people do it in cosmetics. When I worked in cosmetics and stuff like that, there's always the greed factor to people. And I like to always try to put my, you know, even if someone else doesn't agree with my particular morals, but I like to think that I have pretty good morals when it comes to certain things, you know, and well, not certain things, like in general, I think I have a pretty good moral ethic boundary guideline. And there's just things that I won't do, no matter if I could get tons of views off of it, because for me, it doesn't, you know what I mean? I have to live with myself, and I hold myself. I don't care what anyone else holds me. It's how I hold myself. And if I do something for the sake of, like, sure, I want the channel to grow. Sure. Yeah. I want to, you know, to earn revenue from it, because again, I don't work. So, and this is so much more rewarding than going to a freaking optical place every day and stuff like that. Like, this is so much rewarding. And there's nothing wrong with earning money off of YouTube or Twitter or Facebook, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you still, for me, you know, as you're doing things, you still kind of, you know, try to follow your own moral guidelines. But I personally don't respect other channels that take something and ride it just for the sake of, okay, like I seen a video come out today. I'm not even going to say who it was. And even though Adam will know once I say it later, but I really hated the title. The title was a total clickbait title. And it was, you know, by someone that we're both familiar with, but it was a total clickbait title. And I was like, really? So you're going to take this and you're going to apply it to that? I get it. But the title was worded in a way that anyone would have clicked on it.
Right.
And then they would have went, oh.
I mean, I know for myself, like, I mean, I think Sunny and Alexa, I would assume it was the same way. I mean, I have to feel like a personal connection in a way to a case for me to really, like, maybe that's wrong, but I mean, I do kind of have to feel pulled in by a case to really go into the depth of investigation and depth of research that I've done with Idaho. And it's not because it's become such a huge case. It's because I was genuinely interested in it. It happened when I was in Portugal.
Yeah.
I started looking into it, and as soon as I got back, I started deep diving it, and it's now grown to this circus. And then I also know there are channels that will cover things like this, because, I mean, and I've heard it said, these are the kind of cases that channels are made on. There are a lot of channels that were made on Gabby Petito, and that, you know, they now have 50, 60, 70,000 subscribers because they covered Gabby Petito or Chris Watts. And you know, like, that's not going to be the reason I think that any of us ever cover this case, or we would have been doing it every night for the last 3 weeks. But
yeah, because you have to feel it. Like, honestly, I can't fake it if I wanted to. Just like I can't fake being nice to someone if they're a total dick to me or so. I can't fake it if I wanted to. And I seen this case right when it first came out. Like, before it got blasted all across. I seen it come up. and I was like, oh, that's probably going to be a big case.
It is.
And it stuck out to me. The first time it really stuck out. I'm sorry.
No. I just was going to say, like, meaning I saw it, but my time has been invested in Delphi. And as much as I knew that I would like to cover other cases, and then when Adam said that he was paying interest into it, I was like, well, hey, I have been watching it myself because I knew it was going to blow up, because you could just tell. I mean, 4 people, and they got these beautiful kids across the internet splattered. But the thing is that I'm only more or less doing it now. In fact, because honestly, this case does interest me, but not like it did with Adam, but because Adam's interested in it, and I was paying attention to it, but I can't fake being on a case. And that's why I never did Kylie Rodney. And we could sit there, and it's not to go against the other channels. Like, they can do whatever they want. We will still roll out our moral ground in a sense. And we could put out stuff like right now. I could have put out something today that would have gotten tons of clicks and views with Delphi. Don't care.
Right.
Don't care.
Because you're not doing it. You're not doing it for the views. You're doing it because you care about this.
Well, it's the longer term.
You guys care about this.
Even with Kylie, like we might if something has become so high profile that people are asking us about it in the chat. Of course, we might touch on it. Like like I feel like everything with every case can help kind of lead to like kind of your skill set and like looking into other cases then. But like I know for me, like this case first like kind of caught my attention mainly because of some of the, granted there weren't 4 victims, but some of the parallels that my niece went through at the same kind of point in her college life that she was in, and what happened to her best friend and roommate, and then even some of the like speculation and like stuff that like her and her friends went through on social media about being blamed and being criticized for not taking action, like to like step in when like people felt like what kind of friends would have let Samantha get into the wrong Uber. But
right.
And then when I saw Ethan's mom speak for the first time, that's when I was like, you know what, this is something I really, whether or not I can provide any helpful information or do something beneficial with it, I wanted to do everything I can to try, and I'm going to continue to. But you're not going to see us put out 10 videos a day on it like some, like I'm seeing some creators do.
Right, they're just writing it on. And you know what? If that's their moral compass and they like to do that, like I said, they'll get somewhere faster than we will, for sure. Absolutely. Slow and steady wins the race. In a sense. So for me, I'll just keep my integrity as we move along, and we do want to cover other cases. Yeah, like we've talked about this multiple times, because you're not gonna, honestly, if you're trying to do this as a career in a sense, and you want to make something because you're enjoying the fact of helping other people, but you can't just limit yourself to one case. You're never going to go, you're going to do a spinning circle and you're going to whatever. I want to impact a lot of people in different ways. But Delphi has always been the heart of this channel for a couple of years. There will always be there, besides Suzanne Morphew, Delphi will always be the bread of this. I don't want to say bread, but let's say bread and butter. Well, that's not really it, because that's bad choosing of words there, isn't it?
Right.
But you know
until
what I mean?
Everyone has been locked up and the keys have been thrown away.
Yeah.
But I answer it. I don't think anyone missed anything in Delphi today. I just think that there was it was just rumor and conjecture, but that adds nothing to to anything substantial. So no one missed anything in Delphi, in my opinion.
That's wrong. I disagree. You did miss something, and if you missed it, too bad.
Oh, the video. You have to go back and watch the video.
The videos were taken down. But in saying that, let me put it this way. It's really just something that would maybe perhaps confirm some of stuff we've heard all along. So, it's not like this big, like jaw-dropping piece of information or anything like that. I think I just feel like what do I want to say? Again, people will drop stuff. They'll sell their children and whatever. If it means that they got something out of it, I don't know. I just don't think some things are worth it, you know, about integrity. But anyway, yeah, yeah. Bummer video got taken down. Yeah.
Oh, the video that we were watching. Oh my god.
You know.
The truth will always rise to the surface.
Yeah. I mean, it really shouldn't have been put out there in the first place, to be honest with you. Just like I don't think that if someone got their hands on any actual crime scene photos, that those should be put out there either. You know, like I said, I mean, I deal with crime scene photos, but those are from a helicopter footage, and half of you guys don't believe it anyway. So, or you know, so it's not like I'm showing these like actual images of things, but I'm trying my best to figure out what happened there for sure. And so tomorrow, I got some new images definitely to show you and things to talk about. So if you aren't a member, you should consider becoming a member perhaps tomorrow. It'll be very interesting stuff for sure. But it's up to you. I really don't care.
What time is that?
I'll do it at 9:30, 6:30 Eastern Standard.
Am I invited?
Of course you are. If I don't want to, it's only because it's on an off night. So, you know, because it's on an off night, I say I'm doing it.
I'll see if I can fit you in.
No, thanks. Pencil me in. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things like the members, when it comes to certain parts of the crime scene, it's better off left for members only because that's where it belongs, more in a private situation than more out there stuff.
But and you know what? Even what you're doing, it's different because I mean, you're not putting. First of all, you're making it private, so it's a little more secure. And also the pictures that it's not like you have pictures of the girls, you know, like bleeding out. You know what I mean? And you're not putting it out. I mean, even if you had those type of pictures, I don't think you would put it out there. You know what I mean? Some pictures, some people don't care. They just are.
You know, let me put it this way: if these were actual pictures of the girls, where you could literally make them out, you know. Different story. I'm not going to be sitting there showing that. I'd show the whatever's out, but, you know, maybe the objects out there or whatever. But again, I'm taking helicopter footage, trying to make out exactly what I'm seeing. Can I make out certain things about the girls?
You're using a picture that's already out there, basically footage that's already out there. You're not putting any.
Well, I just don't want to take away because, like, I mean, I have shown crime scene photos on lives. I've made no bones about it. But when I'm diving deeper talking about it, I would, that's more of a private thing, members only, because it's more of stuff that more of things that I would say, but I wouldn't say necessarily on the live so much. So I usually try on that lives, like now, I usually will try to not show the victim's face too much, you know, but I show that the knife, the knife that's there, just to show people like, hey, like this is happening. This happened to one of the girls, you know, because again, they didn't tell us nothing. And this case is wackier than wacky, to be honest with you. And I'm not buying a one person thing. There's no way for me. There's no flipping way that one person was able to create this crime scene, plus have on what they have on and create this crime scene in that window of time that is said to be the window of time based on the Erskine text, based on
like 2 hours.
So
that's a lot.
not really. It's not really 2 hours. It's basically they seen him at 2. It's more like an hour and a half about, to be honest.
That's a lot for killing.
You know what? To accomplish all that, again, from what I see, that's not something that one person does. Like, there's literally a big fixture there. I
mean, you would be surprised what people can do, but I get you.
You know, well, the thing is to me is this, Alexa. What is it the crime scene does not depict what's on the BG, remotely. The BG definitely has stuff on them, but not remotely what depicts to be shown at the crime scene. And this is the most oddest thing that some person, like, I know that me and you kind of see this in a different light, on how you're seeing it as someone's like that they're living out this fantasy of theirs that they've had to do for a long time. I'm not seeing it that same way. Like that might be a portion of it, but I'm not seeing it that way. Same way. I'm not seeing it as some 45-year-old guy decided to create this circus shrine satanic-y thing all by himself and create this whole big thing. I don't see it. One day, hopefully, we'll know the truth of it all. But because I look at the crime scene photos all the time, to me, this is not something that.
So, what do you think the main killing? Why do you think he did the main killing? Like, for what? I mean, I agree. I don't think he was alone. I think somebody else was involved.
Well, you know what? I'm going to talk about that in the members tomorrow instead, because I am perhaps seeing a different perspective on it. And to why, and maybe not, but
Gotcha.
but I will talk. I'm not going to talk about that part today, just because I don't want to go down that rabbit hole with anyone talking about it really. But I'll save it for the members tomorrow because that's what it's for, really. Because again,
am I making me come tomorrow? Is that what it is?
No. You can watch it later if you're a member. You can just watch it another day.
No, I'm kidding.
But just for me, like I said, like. The more like Yone sent me some more pictures. Yeah, I only took 2 of them, to be honest with you, and I decided, let me play around. Out of those 2 pictures, I'm able to achieve some more things that I wasn't able to achieve, and maybe some of the ones that I had, because maybe they just caught the light a different way in that picture or whatever it was. Doesn't matter. Either way. So for instance, I might not see the plush cat sitting beside the one victim in these photos, but I'm seeing other things. And so it's a I'm just going to say this. When the crime scene pictures come out, or if we ever hear of them, it is going to probably shock everyone what was truly all there and versus not. When I've said that there was so much physical evidence that anyone would want to take a picture, he's not kidding. He's literally not kidding.
Non-secular.
Hey, secular,
non-secular.
Yeah,
there could be a reason that that they haven't released the autopsy report. I'd like to know.
What?
I would like to know more than anything, and we won't know until probably at least the discovery aspect of the case. But I would like to know what evidentiary stuff they've recovered from the search of Richard Allen's house now that they are analyzing those things. Was there DNA found on on the boots? Could there have been DNA found in the car? Things they didn't have before. We know this was not a fingerprint or a DNA case, based on what I was told and what we've now seen with the affidavit. But what now could they have? The jacket.
Right.
What I want to know what leads they've gotten off of all of that, and I will drop a little tidbit as far as see if it comes to fruition. But in addition to that unfired shell casing that they found at the crime scene, maybe they found a fired round in the backyard of Richard Allen that also matches that gun. And would the 2 of those items together help build on the science of what people are saying, is not scientific?
Right.
Because I think that, that might come into play. That's my speculation.
Heaven forbid that anything else you said came to fruition.
Yeah. I think he probably took something.
Well, we were told it. If you in the Ron Logan circuit, we've been told that. I've tried my damnedest to get that information, but But one more little piece of the puzzle that keep in your back pocket and put with a grain of salt is maybe there was a bullet in the backyard.
There was a bullet. Maybe there was a fired bullet, or an unspent casing.
And hopefully they found the trophies, either with clothing or hair, probably, most likely hair.
Adam, sorry, was it a fired round?
A fired round.
Huh. Right, which
speculatively speaking.
I mean, is that even legal that you literally fired off your gun in your background there in the USA? In your backyard?
Well, I mean, look at where he lived. I mean, if I did it if I did it outside my house, I'd probably not.
Yeah.
Or my condo, considering. Well, I mean, I'd probably end up on CNN because I'd be on my rooftop.
Yeah.
Fire. But Delphi, maybe not.
Yeah. Honestly, Ben, there's nothing about this case that really makes sense. In all fairness, it's everything just is wacky about it. Just wacky. It's honestly, it's like dealing with, like I said, all these stories this way, and then you have Ellie's bull crap and stuff like that this way, and then you have all these. It feels like this is like some sort of freaking. I don't even want to call it a chess game. It feels like it's a wacky racers freaking, like case going on. I don't even want to say that it's like. It's not like, to me, like it's professionally done and this and that. It just feels like it's sloppy. And then Richard Allen, like, here, I'm just going to be there 22 minutes too. I'm going to have all this stuff on myself and whatever. Then I'm going to race down across the freaking bridge and I'm going to do this. And then I'm still going to keep my jacket and my boots and my hat. Like, either this guy's like wants to be caught or he's the dumbest criminal ever. Because like I said,
you have to understand that they relieve in their heads after they kill, they have to relieve the fantasy, and part of that is keeping the object.
Relive.
That's why they keep the relive. Relive. Thank you.
But Alexa, the whole thing is that from the get-go, 22 minutes before the girls get there, right? He gets there.
Well, he knew they were going to be there. I mean.
Yeah. Right, but what idiot is walking down a bridge with stuff on his back, a freaking mask?
Those are assumptions that we think that he has. We don't know 100%.
Well, I guess I can't say that because
he was just looking at fish. He was just looking at fish.
He's just looking at fish.
But,
but I literally showed objects.
And what I find funny is that none of the people that saw him had said that he had any camera or anything. That's very interesting.
Well, that said that he didn't have a camera. Oh, so I guess the pictures I'm staring at with their freaking microphone and headphones.
I am not saying that, but what you have
to do. I know what you're saying.
You have to play devil's advocate. I see it too. I at least believe that he has a camera, at least in his head.
If those things are there, we will find out.
Yeah, but I mean,
this is what we see, but we are not. But for what we see, what it's going to be, we don't know.
That's like telling me that thing that's right there on his back and that's on his head is not there, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like
that's clearly a pencil sharpener.
But I find it very interesting that none of the witnesses said anything about seeing anything.
Wait a second, though. But hold on a second. How do you know they didn't say that? Just because we haven't heard it? Because Julie and Melvin talked about that.
Well, there were never rumors. I mean, rumors, or it would have been in the affidavit that somebody saw him wearing.
You know what, though? The same thing that was happening, though, Alexa. We haven't heard Richard Allen's name in the whole time, even though these people had seen him at the thing. But that's no different. So for me, it's about what Ellie knows and what we know are two different things. So just because we haven't heard it doesn't mean they haven't talked about it, but we just never heard it.
Yeah, but it could be like the same, like everybody thought that, that the bridge guy was somebody else. And then now Key came out and everything that we thought we knew, it gets out the door. It could be the same thing with this. It could be that, yes, he's wearing, I personally think he has at least a camera and has something. I do see that. All the things that you see, honestly, I don't see it.
Right. Right.
And that doesn't mean that you're wrong and I'm wrong. I don't see it, but I am bad at that. I am truly
Exactly.
bad at that.
Well, kind of like what Adam just said, is again, I mean, he dropped a tidbit, and if it comes to fruition, it comes to fruition,
Yeah,
and
I mean,
it won't come to. Yeah, it's just speculative, and
all of this we'll
so
find out.
let's just quickly talk about this quickly before we got to get going here. But so, what about this whole thing about the harvester store, whatever, has 149, but Kelsey said she was 138, and there's like this 10-minute difference. So, big
There
deal
has to be
or
a
no big deal?
discrepancy somewhere.
You know,
I don't
because
think it's a big deal because I mean, because to me the timestamp on the camera is going to be
More credible.
I mean, you were also, think of the fact that, again, like we've talked about in the past. I mean, Kelsey German's recollecting off of this after. I mean, she's not giving those two thoughts. She's not giving those two thoughts until her sister has gone missing.
Yeah.
She remembers talking to her boyfriend on the phone. But you know what? After your sister goes missing and then all of this happens.
Yeah, but your phone would have a time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But, that conversation she had with her boyfriend, it might have happened when she was leaving their house, which is a 10-minute drive, not even quite a 10-minute drive, whereas she remembers it as when she dropped the girls off. And so I mean, but we know the camera footage is what it is, and we see.
Hold on though, that's the camera footage bullcrap to me too. Okay, I've dealt with cameras a lot in my lifetime, and most cameras never are the correct time.
Right, but this is something we're going off of with all of the timing, and it corroborates with some of the witness statements as far as when they're dropped off.
I mean, but even let's say it's 3 minutes off or something like. Who knows?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I think could be. But I think between Kelsey and the camera, I think the camera might be more reliable than Kelsey.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Like I'm not overly putting nothing into it, whereas everyone's going, oh.
I think when you look at the totality of it too, of as far as when the witnesses. I mean, we know the time that the camera sees Richard Allen's vehicle go by, and then we have the witness statements as far as when the vehicle was parked at the CPS building. We have the approximate times that the witnesses, the juvenile witnesses, passed Richard Allen. So I mean, if you put all of that together in relation to the with the video footage from the harvest store, to me that gives it a little bit more credibility. Plus the fact that they know that then people were there after 2:13. We know what time Derek gets there. So I mean, I feel like they've kind of what's the word?
Narrowed down.
I mean, I feel like they've probably taken every bit one of those times into account to create that.
I don't know, Adam, because they put 2022 when it said 2017. It should have been honestly. So
I think that's typos. I mean, that's
of course, but I just mean, I mean, to me, it's kind of like when people are nitpicking about jacket or hoodie. Who gives a shit? A jacket's a jacket, a hoodie's a hoodie. Some people call a jacket a hoodie. Some people want to make a big deal about that and act like it was the end all to be all. That Kelsey was involved and stuff like that. And to those people, I say you look like fools on that part, really.
To the witness that stated seeing Richard Allen on the first plank of the bridge, and the timestamp that they then see her car leaving. To me, that kind of ties perfectly into the timeline that the cameras then see the girls being dropped off, because we know the girls were not yet at the bridge at that point, and we know in the picture that Libby takes first at 2:07 that there is no one on the bridge. And so he clearly had to have walked off somewhere in that time frame. It's already a tight time frame, and if you take 10 minutes off of it, it makes it even tighter.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, here you got somebody that literally placed himself on the bridge, placed himself
anytime possible.
Yeah, I know. Honestly, I mean, he literally just basically said, like, look, I was on the bridge, and hey, I was literally wearing what the bridge guy was wearing.
Oh, and I might have had my head covered. Oh, and
I might have had my head covered.
And you know what? And that's very classical. Even with this Idaho, I guarantee you, the killer circle around somewhere around the crime scene.
Yeah.
because they do that. It's the thrill that they always, not always,
Right.
but most of the time, they circle back to the.
Right.
It's a game to them. It's a power game.
Right.
Yeah.
And I do think something else that will come into fruition is some of the timeline that's been in question being corroborated by someone that's been arrested for murder's wife. Not that she went to them, but then when investigators talked to her, she corroborated some pivotal timelines that were not in the affidavit, but that will probably come into play.
I have two questions about this. One is the person that describes that there's somebody wearing in black, and I'm thinking, did this person didn't see, or did he see somebody else? And I'm, in my mind, I'm going through all the scenarios. I'm like, did he see somebody else, or did he didn't pay attention?
Yeah.
One.
Considering that the three witnesses were together at the time, I feel like we have one witness that gave a different description because they weren't paying as much attention. And if they'd seen this person at different times, I would think it could be two people.
But wasn't this the fourth witness?
We're talking about the three witnesses that, like, one of the three juvenile witnesses that were together is the one that said was in black.
Okay.
And the fact that they all saw this person at the same time and they just described him differently, to me, one is natural. I mean, because we heard duck jacket, we heard windbreaker, we heard death jacket. And these are juveniles, so their perception of an adult is going to be probably half of them glance, and then. So,
what about the lady walking the dog though with the darker skinned person? That's not.
I'm just going off of what we're talking about in the affidavit by those witness statements.
I just, I mean, I can see someone not really paying attention and going, I think he was in black. I could see that, but then you kind of, again, equate kind of what's around that. And then you're like, well, because some, like what about the two guys that were following the girls that we heard about, you know?
Those are Facebook posts. I mean, like I said, and I'm just choosing to just at this point because I mean, I feel like at this point, we know there could be tentacles or other actors, but we know that someone's going to trial at some point for this, and to me, those things are all going to come out. So I mean, like, I'm gonna like go off of what I know is in that affidavit right now.
And now my other thing that I cannot get off my head. Sorry.
But what's funny?
No, Ivy's right. The dog walker lady. I think that there's some truth in there about it. I just don't think that Greeno. I don't think that Greeno. I think he was doing it to his own narrative of what happened, versus probably the truth. Heaven forbid. I think that there's got to be some truth there to it. We've heard it enough before Greeno, but who knows? What were you going to say, Alexa?
No, one thing that I cannot get off my head is this. Okay, so Richard Allen went and told somebody, a conservation officer, basically that he was there. So now I wonder, okay, it got misfiled. Somebody made a mistake. They didn't report, whatever you want to call it. But what happens to this guy, to this person who got the information? Where is he? Like, when he saw them, I mean, did he die? Did he go somewhere? I mean, what I'm thinking is because everybody knows about this case. I mean, most of the people have heard, and obviously him living there, wouldn't he hear it and people talking about him or see the video and he would remember and be like, wait a second, somebody told me this.
Well, I have firmly said that, Richard Allen did not go to them and tell them that. He was approached, and you have to remember how many different organizations were helping it from the get-go in this. And so getting witness statements was done by different organizations. Part of probably what led to some of the confusion early on with the FBI conducting some things, ISP conducting some things, Delphi, Carroll County. and the conservation department. And just getting benign witness statements is something that a conservation officer might have been assigned to do speculatively. But I am adamant that he did not voluntarily go to them.
But even
he was approached, and this conservation officer could have been assigned to question him. And
okay. So where is this person? Like when years later, and he didn't remember that he approached him, and that he saw him.
I'm sure he did. He just
how come he didn't come forward and went to and say, hey, wait a second, I got a tip, a guy that looks similar to him. I mean, to me, this doesn't make sense. And
he's a law enforcement officer. He's still a law enforcement officer. So I mean, he's not going to come out and say that. But
no, not to us. No, not to us. Don't get me wrong. But
we don't know that he didn't.
Obviously, he didn't go to the police. He didn't go and say, "Hey, wait a second. This guy came to me because we would have solved this case years ago."
Yeah, and he also I would assume that the conservation department also probably would not have been one of the overwhelmingly higher ups in helping with this. So I mean, they probably I think they could have easily thank them for their help and let them go about their normal work.
I don't know. Something about that story, I don't know, sounds a little fishy.
Something that's not adding up there.
I don't know. It does.
For anyone that read that report, how could it not raise flags? I mean, think of how many people had to have. I mean, he was ID'd by. We know of 5 witnesses in that affidavit.
Yeah,
he put himself there 3 times. He put himself there in 2017 on October 13th of 2022 and October 26th of 2022, wearing the clothing that matched the description of BG. And still, here we are, 5.5 years later, just now learning this guy's name.
Yeah. And yet it went through whose hands, the files?
I mean, think of how many people. ISP, Carroll
FBI.
County, ISP, the FBI,
CBI,
Georgia.
The
GBI. Yeah, the
like
GBI.
4 or 5. Yeah, no, I know, but it's just I don't know.
And then some investigators happened to circle back around, and by dumb luck, they were like, "Oh, well, this could be something."
Yeah.
I mean, especially when they saw Carter. I mean, saying if anybody has, if I knew that I interviewed somebody, why would that person not talk to Carter and be like, hey, I interviewed somebody and they said
that's where they're always right.
That's the part that doesn't make sense, that unless this person moved somewhere, I don't know. But that's the part that it kills me. That
the report was there though. The file. Think of how many that file.
Yeah, but even if the file is the person, now it's the person, not the officer. Now the person, the person that watching this whole thing is, why didn't he be like, wait a second, I interviewed somebody, maybe that me, and maybe you're trained. I mean, he's the police. He was trained. That's what I don't understand.
Maybe he did.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he got promoted and now he's the sheriff. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Tony Liggett was not a conservation officer at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I cannot wrap my head. I mean, hopefully we will get those answers, because I would hate to go on my life without knowing that. Like, why?
Yeah.
I need answers.
Yeah. Okay. So do we. We demand
now I'm getting the title like everybody else. Some of
my complete speculation on that is that, and I've said it before, it's just that, I think law enforcement, because the FBI had zeroed in on Ron Logan, and they put everything they could towards proving it was Ron Logan. They never could, and then in 2019 they changed directions, and I think that's when they started the Keegan Kline investigation, and I think then they put all their guns in that direction.
I don't know,
and I think they let a lot of valuable things go by the wayside in the meanwhile. I mean, I know for a fact that witnesses that live in that area were asked, if they owned Saug Sauer, whatever it's called, 6 Sauer 226 40 caliber. I mean, that was something even without the 8 months to go person. I mean, I was told by someone that they had this information 5 years ago from one of the people that lived on that properties, that was the gun specifically that law enforcement was asking about at that
Probably
time.
Mustang, yeah.
Mm.
Hey Mustang.
Mm.
I believe that definitely that they got something substantial. Like I know that this whole thing has been talked about how weak it is, and I hope they're truly got their ducks in a row, because if they don't, they're gonna get their butts handed to them by the defense team if they don't. So to me, they would have to have something pretty darn solid to really just put that nail in the coffin. I believe that they have something like that. I'm hoping, or am I believing it? Not sure yet.
No,
I
I think
believe you.
we
I
all
agree
have
with
to
you.
believe really hard until it becomes true.
I
Law of attraction.
yeah, I mean, I don't want to see this guy get off if he's guilty, you know. I just want justice and for Abby and Libby, and the involvement of who's ever involved. And I just hope that it doesn't become a joke like the Suzanne Morphew case in a lot of ways, you know.
Yeah.
Come all gung ho and really
I started
all you
reading
had
about
was,
that case. It's
you
crazy.
know, yeah.
I believe that they have more, and like I said, and that's why I'm so curious to know what even more they have now.
Yeah.
Because we don't know what forensics they've uncovered from all of that stuff they took from that search. They might not even have all of it back yet.
Yeah.
You know.
I believe so too. I think they have more. I think they just put, whatever they, I don't think they wanted to show all the cards either, because they don't want to give like an idea where they're going. And also, like you said, probably forensics are not back yet either. So
I'm just thinking they better have it right, or there's going to be a witch hunt.
Oh yes.
Can you imagine?
Well,
oh no. He would
better have it right.
And you know what? I mean, the cynical in me, I have to be honest, part of me, there's like the little tiny little part of me is afraid that they might screw it up, because I've seen it before.
Me too.
So many times with this case, and this case has been like one that I never seen. So deep down, like a little part of Alexa is scared, and I'm like, please God, please God.
See,
I didn't start off on a great foot.
I think a lot of us feel that way, to be honest. That we're hoping that they have what it takes, but there's that fear in us that's going.
Yeah. But the thing that makes me, relieves me a little bit, I think it's a small town, and I don't think the DA would risk his career like that, because he would be lynched if he doesn't get that right.
Yeah. So. On the average for Ivy Rose, how long does forensics usually take to be processed? Typically,
it depends, but sometimes it can take weeks. That's something that, I'm not forensics, but I've seen it. And sometimes it takes 3, 4, sometimes even more. It depends. It depends on what, if they have other items, if they're, how you isolate it, the method that it's used. But yeah, sometimes, I've seen things take like 4 or 5 weeks. So it depends. If they don't have the lab, also it depends. Not only the time of that, but also if it has to be sent to another lab. And also don't forget that they get, depending how busy that lab is. Right. So you might have to wait.
Yep.
So maybe most of the thing could be waiting time too. So, but I've seen items that take weeks to come back.
Yeah. And then who knows what evidence they have to go back that they already had to now retest.
Yeah.
Given what they have now.
Yeah.
So think about anything that was found at that crime scene, any of the girls' clothing, any of that stuff. I'm sure they've had to now redo forensics on some of that again to see if, knowing that they, now what they know with Richard Allen, if they find something that they may not have known to look for before.
The one that has been quiet. I'm sorry.
I would say. I didn't get the strongest feeling of confidence right off the bat when we saw the links and the level that the prosecution went to keep the affidavit sealed, which everyone knew just by the law itself was going to come out eventually. So I mean, to me, I'm like, why did they fight so hard when, I mean, they knew it was going to come out? It bought them a few weeks, but all it did was just prolong the embarrassment that they probably had to endure since, which now they have the gag order to now get them to January to hopefully they can really secure all of the evidence they need to and all of the connections they need to.
But now, why do you think that they kept it? Because obviously the police was like, we don't care. There's nothing there that. So why do you think the DA kept it? Do you have any theories as to why, personal, or do you think it was just a strategy?
I mean, I was told that they knew that it was going to create embarrassment, and they wanted to prolong that as long as possible.
But that would make it. I mean, in my head, I was thinking that, but then I was like, that would make it even worse because they're making it seem that they have something so big, and then
smudge.
They're gonna come out anyway. So why not just be like, okay, bite the bullet and just, I don't know.
But they haven't. Yeah.
I think I'm pretty sure. Didn't I hear that the smudged fingerprint or whatever that was on Libby or something like that was? I thought I heard that it was actually ended up belonging to one of the searchers or something, or someone in the officers or something. I remember hearing that.
That's embarrassing.
I don't know. I just think it was to buy time. Also, for them to.
I think it was to buy time. Yeah, I think a lot of it was for me to buy time as well, and
right. And I think this gag order is to, I mean, I think this gag order in a lot of ways is to, kind of create a little wall of secrecy around it for the next month. And probably, to give the families the holidays without being hounded by report. They've taken away that element of having to be hounded by people looking for information and trying to get information.
The judge probably,
it's understandable.
The judge is probably like, you know what, you guys screwed up this case enough. I'm going to do the family a solid, and I'm going to place this gag order because they deserve to, almost feel like it's one of those things like, here you go, my gift to you guys. There you go. Don't say anything, because honestly, like for a while here, I mean, I don't necessarily look at it like a bad thing, to be honest. If it buys the family a little bit of peace for a little bit, knowing that people can't really hound them and ask them questions, that's a good thing. Again, the holidays are coming up, and family knows what's going on. And I think that regardless, as long as the outcome is justice for Abby and Libby in all of this, that's all I'll care about. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how we get there, as long as we get there.
And if they are furthering other leads or other actors or roles or whatever, and this gives them the ability to do so without kind of the public scrutiny. I mean, granted, I probably wouldn't suggest they go do a training exercise in the Wabash River for another 5 weeks, but. But I mean, I think it's fine. I do think that they have more evidence at this point than any of us know about. And I do feel like there's a little bit of a confidence that they would not have if they didn't have something now at this point.
Yeah.
Just because it wasn't an affidavit doesn't mean they don't have it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, don't screw up like the Morphe case. Multi-Sean says, do you think the gag order might have been implanted because of Kelsey's discrepant details?
No.
I'm actually don't know what he's referring to.
There any discrepancy? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you're referring to the time, like the 137 thing versus the 149 thing.
Is that what you're referring to?
I'm not sure, but no, I don't think that would be any reason for the gag order. If that were the case, they probably would have issued this gag order a long time ago. Because remember, those timestamps on that video, that's not new information. They had that information in 2017. So I mean, for all this time that they've thought that was 138 or 135. And you have to remember, law enforcement always kind of said what did they always say? Law enforcement never gave a exact time the girls were dropped off. They always gave an approximate. Kelsey always thought it was 137 or whatever because she said she called her boyfriend. But to me, that's.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't think so myself, Sean.
You're disagreeing with me. You don't think you disagreeing with what I'm saying, or what?
No, I'm disagreeing with Multi Shones. When he says I was referring to how many times she changed her story.
Oh no,
no, I don't think so.
You have a 16-year-old girl that went through the best I've ever gone through, most likely. So,
yeah.
I don't think it's uncommon at all. I think it would be more suspicious if someone never changed their story from the slightest detail.
Yeah.
Because that's not how memories work, unless you're purposefully remembering something some way.
Whenever somebody brings something like that up about changing the story, my mind instantly goes to, like, what do you guys call it? Area 51?
Mm-hmm.
Area 51.
Well, we know what they're alluding to.
Yeah. And I just think that they took 10 people to this site purposely, and then they took them and then they let them look at the site for 10 minutes or something like that. And then they all asked them what they saw. And it was amazing what people saw. And yet they all looked at the same thing, and what their memories could remember and what they didn't.
Ivy Rose.
Yeah, when somebody's
Ivy
in
Rose,
panic
100%.
The stuff that's changed is so minor, absolutely. It would be way weird if the stories matched up perfectly in the second. Like even Becky's and Kelsey's story about how it happened and how the girls left. Kelsey tells it like Adam, that Abby and Libby were upstairs in the bathroom and came in. Becky tells it like they were downstairs because that's how they remember it. But yet it's not that far off.
No.
You know what I mean? It's not far enough off.
I think you can ask any law enforcement officer, and they will concur with me that if you have 4 witnesses and all 4 of those witnesses give the exact same account of something, that is way more suspicious and telling than if those 4 witness statements differ slightly, whether it be by 10 minutes or what something's wearing, or when someone decided to go somewhere, or if they had a sweatshirt or if they had a jacket. Like, those are normal discrepancies to have in situations like this. And you can look at any case and you'll find these discrepancies unless someone's hiding something.
Yeah, because don't forget that's interpretation. Everything that we see gets interpreted by our brain, and every brain is different. And with Kelsey, what I wanted to say also is don't forget that she went through trauma too, and trauma causes lapses on your brain. So she's not going to have she could be off, or even if the way she tells. It's also when you tell a story, if you tell a story, there's no way you can retell a story exactly with the same words, with the same pauses 3-4 times the same way. You will change words. And that happens with her. I mean, she went through a great trauma. Let's not even mention the age. She was 16 at the time. So that has a lot to do with that. So people always go, she's making it up, or she giggles in her voice. That
was strange. I'm not going to lie. As much as I didn't read a lot into it, it was strange when she laughed so hard when she was out.
I would do that.
It's a protective. It's a protective thing.
I can see myself reacting.
But it was very strange. I'm not going to lie.
It looks. You know what it is? It looks weird. It looks weird. And to me, also the voice sometimes is almost like it's. I know it's her voice, but I went back and I was reading on it, and they said also it can be from the trauma too, that she has that baby voice.
Yeah.
So it can be caused by that too.
I mean,
I want to say I think to myself when I told my husband last week, like 5 times, honey, I needed to go to this interview. And he's like, and then when I told him it on the day, he's like, you never told me that. I'm like, yeah, I did, like 5 times. He's like, no, you didn't. And I'm like, yeah, I did. And he's like, no, you didn't. But that's how fast something can, because he totally believed I never said it. And I'm like, well, you're totally been drinking or something because I totally
Right.
did, But that's what I mean. Like, so stuff like
Can I
that, you take
answer
with a
this
grain
really
of
quick?
salt.
Multiple seasons. I mean, I feel very strongly that you're trying to very strongly direct this narrative in a way that you already feel. And I'm just going to answer your question as far as how did she suddenly contact Keegan Klein to ask him if he knew where Libby was.
It wasn't suddenly.
I don't understand where the suspicion in that lies. I mean, they have said many times that the family they got the devices, they went back to the police station. She logged into the social media accounts of her sister because she had the passwords, and she contacted the most recent people that she had interacted with.
Yeah.
And she then has multiple times stated she didn't even remember contacting Keegan Klein because it wasn't anything more than a 5-minute conversation.
Yeah.
And the name to her was not familiar until law enforcement brought it back up to her in 2021. So if you're suspicious of Kelsey Siebert having some sort of part in her sister's murder or her sister's anything, I mean,
a narrative
you've got to at this point you've got to use logical, critical thinking and look at that. Tell me what her purpose is, what her reasoning is, what's her goal. I feel like you've got your mind made up in it. If you don't, I apologize. But if you adamantly believe that, I think this might be the wrong channel for you.
And she wouldn't be fighting so hard. She wouldn't, she was involved.
No,
I would be like, stay away. Like, don't even find she wouldn't be an advocate. She wouldn't be fighting to find the killer. She wouldn't do interviews. She wouldn't, do all the things she does. I would keep it away.
Common sense and just knowledge properly of this case. And so when I see something like that, there was no suddenly. That would mean that you're ill-informed about what truly happened. And I get it. There's a lot to this case. Again, we're not blaming the family whatsoever for this stuff, but if that's your thoughts, then that's your thoughts. I want to quickly go to Ivy though, because this question's been up. I've had it up for a little bit now.
I'm sorry,
remember,
Ivy.
No. It just as I was speaking of that, remember how Libby originally asked Kelsey to go with them to the bridge. So do you think that if she planned on meeting a boy online? Okay, well, Max Snowberger already talked about this on Julie Melvin's channel, and that she was going to meet a 19-year-old boy from Snapchat. And
how did it go?
Yeah, Max Snowberger talked about it. Adam?
I've not watched that interview, but no, I know that I have spoken, and I know that Max Snowberger did believe that, and that he was good friends with Libby, and that he to this day will never kind of forgive himself for the fact that he went to that farm sale that day. And something that he said that struck out to me was that at the time he remembers thinking that a farm sale like that only comes around once in a while, but your friends will always be there. And he quickly realized that that's not true. And how could he have known that? He was 14 years old at the time.
Yeah.
So that's made heartbreak for that kid.
Yeah, like Julie Melvin wanted to clear that up, so she did an interview. Go to her channel on Julie Melvin, and if she still has it up, and then watch the interview with Max Snowberger about it if you haven't seen it. Again,
can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Because I hear this name all the time, and I don't know who she is. I just know that I think Becky Patty doesn't like this person, Julie Melville.
Correct.
Who is she? Is that Cody's aunt, right? Is that what it is? Real aunt?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Cody's aunt.
Okay.
But
why does she know so much about this case? Was she there?
Because she's Cody's aunt. Mm-hmm. So was she there? Was she there when, Alexa?
Like, why does she know so many facts about this case?
Because she's Cody. Yeah, because she's Cody's aunt. So obviously, family still talks, and they talk.
Oh, so I didn't know. No, because the impression that I got is that Cody and Becky Patty didn't speak to her, but I didn't.
Well,
I don't know.
I'm trying to think of the exact reason. I'm trying to think of the. You know, I don't want to say it wrongly, so I don't want to, because there's a reason why Becky Patty doesn't care for Julie Melvin, and I don't want to misspeak and say what the reason is. I just know that
I don't need the details. I just know.
Well, no, but I think a lot of it's to do with the fact about the 19-year-old thing, and Becky didn't. I think some of it has to do with that Julie was talking about the 19-year-old that Libby was supposed to meet, and we can tell right now that Anna and Becky were somewhat naive, perhaps, and
Right.
Becky even said in her own interview that she didn't realize the stuff that was going on, like, you know what I mean, like almost like she felt guilty for not realizing what exactly Libby was doing, thinking that she knew mostly what Libby was doing, to come to realize that Libby didn't tell her everything and stuff. And so I think so whatever the animosity is, again, I don't want to misspeak it, but there was something to do about the 19-year-old, and that Becky, I think, didn't think it was true, which that's why with the interview with Max Snowberger, that's why she kind of like cleared the air up on that, because everyone has always been wondering about the whole Max Snowberger Libby thing, and about the 19-year-old Snapchat, and that's why Julie kind of, because Julie knows a lot of people. So, for instance, back to Ivy on this one, she talked to that dog lady. Maybe people should go back, perhaps, and watch Sleuth's video where Julie Melvin was on it, and she was talking about that whole day and time.
Okay. Oh, so she knew about the 19-year-old, but the family didn't know about the 19-year-old. I mean, that's
the thing. Well, that's just it. Like Becky or whatever didn't want to believe it. It's not that they didn't know, but to them, they that wouldn't be Libby. What Libby would do, Libby just was going to the bridge, because basically being
of course, your parents don't want to believe what you are. I know, I get that, but I would be like, how does another person know more than the family? You know what I mean?
Well, mostly they do, because most times that's like my son. He's going to talk to his friends, or he's going to talk to me. To be honest with you,
yeah, but those are your friends. But your friend's parents are not going to know about you. You know what I mean? I don't know.
No, but Matt. So, like I said, so it's not like, so Becky maybe perhaps just didn't want to hear it because she didn't believe that it was true. So what the thing is that if someone doesn't want to believe it's true, but yet they've been told, so because Julie is Cody Melvin's aunt, of course there's going to be talk. She's like, Julie would have personal relationships with these people, and if Libby is if Julie knows Max Snowberger, obviously she's going to talk to him and ask, is this true? Because again, it's a family member, really. They're and of course they're going to talk to each other, but it's just a matter of if Becky Patty believed it or not, and she never believed it. But then come to fruition is that it was true because Max Snowberger talked about it, and so it just becomes if Becky doesn't want to believe it still.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not, I don't want to be disrespectful to this person because I have no idea who she is. I don't even know what she looks like. I think I just hear her name all over the place, and I hear this, I hear that. So I just wanted to verify, like,
Adam talks to her. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think that it's important to note that, I mean, I'm sure that the relationships we're discussing right now run much deeper and further back than any of us are aware. And I'm sure, like every family relationship and every relationship in general, there's going to be a lot of different layers involved. I know there's also one of the big things that I don't know whether it's true or not, but that that she was accused of was something involving something that happened the day of the funeral. That she has said
Cody's anti.
did not do, that she was not a part of, but that, you know, she was accused of. I mean,
Yeah, you're right.
I stand with these families at the end of the day, 100%. But I mean, I think it's important to know, you know, that, you know, relationships are complicated, especially when you get into the fact that, you know, like someone could be adopted by some, you know, like there's all sorts of layers to this whole thing. And there's always going to be two sides to every story. So,
yeah. Well, at the end of the day, it just came out to be the fact that Max Snowberger spoke up in an interview recently with Julie to say that it was a 19-year-old girl or a 19-year-old guy that she was talking to on Snapchat that she was going to meet up with. And he didn't want her to go because he didn't feel good about it. But, you know, and then he went to whatever. So I don't know about the whole, hey, like I know Kelsey said that, but I don't know like where that falls into play. Like, hey, Kelsey.
Well,
that was a dog outside. Sorry.
And if that's the case, it would fit the narrative that we believe it happened, because that's how we believe, you know, that she was there because she was going to meet somebody, and then that somebody obviously was not going to show up, and somebody else showed up to kill her. So that would fit perfectly. That's what that's why I wanted to know, because I always took it as a rumor, but now it's, you know, it's a fact.
Well, that's just the thing, and that's probably where, like I said, the whole Kagan Klein thing plays into this or something, is that she was supposed to meet up with someone. It wasn't, obviously it wasn't whatever, and it ended up being, you know, like I said, and you know, and it could have been that the day didn't work out as planned, and he had to race down there, you know, type of idea. And do you know what I mean? Like, maybe that's why he was only 22 minutes behind them or something like that. You know, got the call saying, you know, got the call saying, hey, the girls are going to be there.
Well, that was planned before. That wasn't planned that day. That he didn't wake up and be like,
no, the thing was planned, but maybe the timing could always have changed from when they were original. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody says I'm going to be there at 1:30 and they're like, oh, sorry, I'm running late. It's going to be 2:00 instead. You know, who knows if it was, or they were there earlier than what they thought. Who knows? It's always been, although I always thought it was a catfish, regardless, right from the start, it always just, I could never make sense of the fact, like what never made sense to me, for me personally, is that when you listen to what Becky and Kelsey said, they acted like it was just a regular day, that they had no plans to go there, nothing like that. But mind you, when you listen to them on web sleuths, like, you know what I mean? Like that it was a spontaneous thing.
Could it be maybe because they don't want to accept the fact that maybe they will feel that there's some guilt, you know what I mean? That they could have stopped it. I think there has to do something with that, you know?
Well, yeah, I mean, like, but it's just so strange because when you listen to Becky and Kelsey and everyone talk about it, like even Becky, you can tell when she's talking, like she's just stunned. She's kind of like stunned, like this day was normal. Like it wasn't, they were doing this, they were working on this for me. I asked Kelsey if she wanted to go shopping first or something like that. She said no. Then they asked her to go to the bridge or whatever. And something like if she wanted to come, and she said no, that she had to work at 4:30 and blah, 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 blah. And then Becky tells it like that Libby was playing with Tucker on the floor, you know, and it's kind of two different things there going on. But yet the gist of it was that there was no plans up until Kelsey supposedly said, hey, I'm going to go to my boyfriend's house. And Libby's like, can you take us to the, you know, bridge? And, you know, so there's something amiss with that whole part. There's just something amiss because this is a very planned, you know, and that's where it became, well, was it a target to them or was it somebody else? Did it matter who it was, or was it going to happen regardless to somebody? And that's all because of that whole thing, is that then Kagan Klein comes out, catfishing thing, you know, which opened up people's eyes to this whole catfishing thing. And I was like, well, finally, because that's the only thing that made sense to me was this catfishing thing. Because I couldn't see it being random, but it could have been, but it just seemed highly unlikely. based on what we saw. But then nothing is as what it seems, because if Richard Allen's in jail right now for the murders and nobody saw that coming, everything's turned upside down to me in so many ways. So everything that Garrett Kurt said, everything that happened, all that stuff, and it still could come to fruition, but don't get me wrong. But it just means that everything that everyone was talking about, becomes null and void almost, pretty much. But it's not over, till it's over. But it means that, there's Richard Allen. Well, what the hell are you doing here? And where did you come from? Because you just literally obliterated pretty much everything that everyone thought, and then you have that.
And he's like, no, been here the whole time. Been trying to tell.
I even said it. Yeah, I even said that I was in there. Yeah, well, I think we're gonna find some familiar faces. I think in this case, we're probably gonna see that there's a familiar
Tentacles?
face, or there's a familiar,
Actors.
bad actors
Tentacles?
Yeah.
that are involved.
I don't know anything about this comment.
Okay.
Why did Liberty's dad, which is Derek, close at a
Right.
major home purchase day after the murders, big ticket house in New York? Do you guys know more
I
about
think
Liberty's
that's a
father?
rumor. I never heard of it.
I've never heard this.
No,
But
Derek did not. Derek did not buy any house. Derek actually still lives. Derek lives with Mike and Becky. I asked Julianne if you met possibly Abby's father, which either way that still isn't accurate, because it would have been Michigan, if anywhere.
That one, I never
I think
seen
that was just
Abby's
a
father.
Peter, yeah.
Yeah, maybe Peter.
But Peter was not a part of Abby's life, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Not since Anna moved to Indiana when Abby was 7, I believe.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You guys, my husband's gonna need to get to bed. It's been over 4 hours. It's almost 11 o'clock here. And you know what? It's been a great conversation. Again, the Idaho and the Delphi case, again, prayers to both, and prayers to all the other cases going on out there. Alexa, thank you so much for making it today. And make sure that you give your husband that soup that he asked for. Remember the one that you didn't give him?
When you give yours.
I know.
Julianne, I would look into your research a little bit deeper.
Yeah. Oh no, the family does own a lot of property. Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying the relevance of that is I mean, how did that go from Derek purchasing a house in New York, a big ticket, to the family
down the
owning?
road.
I mean, I don't, even if I don't understand the importance of that either way.
Yeah. I mean, everyone
they also
knows.
yeah.
Like at Tahoe or whatever it's called, Tahoe. I mean, freaking Ashley Garza's everyone's lived at that freaking Tahoe place. Like seriously, everyone.
And everything in Delphi is within a few miles of.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. They own quite a bit of property. And just like Derek or Becky already answered to me that she appraised the Flora house a couple months prior, or 5 or 6 months or something like that.
Oh. Okay. Well, then, Julianne, if you have, then I don't know why you asked. Sorry, that's just my. I'm not trying to be rude. That's my personal opinion, though. I mean, if you're adamant and you have done your research, then I don't know what you were asking, or why you were asking. When I've done my research and I'm adamant about something, I don't go in chat and ask about it.
I have thank you, and it's Father's Day after. Wait, what?
I don't know. It was Valentine's Day.
Yeah, it was Valentine's Day. I honestly don't know. But with that being said, thank you very much, you guys. Again, if you guys aren't a member, tomorrow night's gonna be again a good live. A good members only. So if you're not a member, consider becoming a member. It's $1.99. If you don't want to, don't. And if you do. It's up to you. Either way, tomorrow night, 6:30, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, 6:30 PST time. And Adam might actually join. I don't know. I mean, he's kind of busy, you know. I gotta get him sometimes when the rest of his fans don't want him. Anyways, you guys,
Yeah.
it
Sorry.
has access to see if we have done any research. Wait, what? It has access to the creek. Just open up your.
We'll try harder, Julianne. We'll try harder.
Ooh. Julianne.
But thank you. Make sure you like and subscribe.
I am sorry. I'm not meaning to laugh, Julianne, but I just feel like I'm looking at like what the heck are you even going on about? It has access to the creek. Just open your minds. Not trying. It was open-ended. Okay, so it was a rhetorical question. And ended a question to see if you guys have done any research. No. We don't do research on this channel at all. I even don't know why we're here right now. Alexa,
we should probably go even.
Probably. But thank you for the insult. Appreciate that, Julianne. Because heaven forbid that we would ever do research on this channel whatsoever, or not look down many avenues. But hey, call a spade a spade. We don't do research here. Anyways, thank you guys for all the people that absolutely understand that we do research on this channel. Actually, we do a lot of research on this channel. But I'm just going to open my mind and think that came out really wrong, or else it came out really right and that person doesn't belong in the channel. One of the two things is going to happen here.
Every once in a while, I even try to use critical thinking.
No. Did you hear that, Julianne? Critical thinking? What is that? Let me research that. I'll get back to you on our next live what critical thinking is. Thank you. Anyways.
Out of all the channels, I think you guys probably have done the most research. And not because I'm here, I'm kissing your butt, because I wouldn't. But you guys have done so much research.
I think a lot of people have a lot of passion for this case, and a lot of people have done a lot of really, really hard work. And I think there's value in each and every person that cares about Libby and Abby.
Yeah, even if they are drinking a little too much eggnog or rum tonight or something that's going on. Just saying.
I appreciate, Alexa, your insight on everything as well tonight. Thank you for coming on and talking about Idaho. Thank you for talking about Delphi. And I know that you've got a lot going on in your private life as well right now. So thank you for coming on with us.
I mean, thank you. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I'm sure it will get solved. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, Alexa. Chaotic, please bring the same energy to our show together at Aspen Connor. Notice that you didn't even see the word sunny there.
I don't, Chaotic, unfortunately, I don't even have to try that difficult to get in trouble when I come on your show.
I didn't even see at Sunny and Aspen. I love Mel more. Did I say that, Chaotic? I love Mel. Mel loves me. I like your house, though, and I'll take that. And I'll take your Christmas decorations. Do you have a husband? I'll take that, too.
She has a good husband. She has a good husband. Thank you, guys, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Have a good night, everyone.
Have a great night. Thank you, guys. Take care. And
thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Isaiah, for the $19.99 donation. That's okay, Sunny. We all need love. Yeah.
Good night. Good night, Ben. Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Good night, Sue Ellen.